Are we good? Testing? I now call to order the meeting of the Downtown Community Task Force, special meeting of the Community Task Force for March 14th, 2023. Leslie, please call roll.
Thank you. Member Thompson.
Here.
Member Ondersek.
Here.
Member Mayer.
Here.
Member Van Huyn. Member Vargas Smith. Member Reed is not here. Member Coyne.
Here.
Member Tai.
Here.
Member Varjane. Hi. Hi means here.
All right, thank you, Leslie. Is there
Everyone's here except for Member Reed.
is there a motion to excuse or not excuse Member Reed from this evening's meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Second. All right. All in favor of excusing Member Reed from tonight's meeting, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. All right, Member Reed is excused. Leslie, will you please read the DCTF meeting procedures into the record?
Yes, thank you. Meetings are conducted by the chair in accordance with the following procedures. The chair of the DCTF directs all activity during the meeting. Any item on this agenda may be continued to a subsequent meeting. Special procedures, time limits may be applied to any items as prescribed by the chair. Copies of the current agenda and any staff reports for each of the items on the agenda are available online on the Downtown Precise Plan website, as well as on the city clerk's website. Hard copies of agendas are also available on the table by the door here in the council chambers. Chair?
Thank you, Leslie. We'll now move to the consent calendar.
The procedure for the consent calendar is as follows. Consent calendar items may be enacted or approved by one motion unless requested to be removed by anyone for discussion or explanation. We have 4 items on our consent calendar this evening. Item 1A, the DCTF meeting minutes of the January 19th, 2023 meeting. Item 1B, DCTF meeting minutes of the February 6th, 2023 meeting. Item 1C, DCTF meeting minutes of the November 18th, 2021 meeting. And item 1D, DCTF meeting minutes of the February 16th, 2023 meeting.
Thank you, Leslie. Do any of the members of the Downtown Task Force want to pull any of these items on the consent calendar? Okay. So Leslie, we can move on to the first item of the agenda.
I do believe I'm missing a section on here that has you vote on approval of the consent calendar.
Oh, okay. Well, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as read by Leslie?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor of approving the consent calendar, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. All right. Now we'll move on to the first agenda item. I did read it. I'm like, well, I guess
You're good, thank you. I was so prepared. All right, so the first item on our agenda this evening is the Santa Clara Downtown Civic Center Relocation Study. It's an introduction and case studies presentation by our consultant team. Peter, did you want to introduce folks?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
Thank you, Leslie and Task Force. This is the next step in our ongoing journey, and really appreciate the opportunity to continue work with you on downtown. And in this case, embracing the Civic Center and City Hall, and thinking about the role that City Hall could play downtown, wanting to step back and evaluate what the feasibility looks like, and what the positive and otherwise impacts of that move could be. I'm Peter Winch with WRT. All of you have seen me over the last couple of years. Jim Stickley is not available tonight, but has been very much involved in this process as we've begun our work. And members of our team, some have continued from the previous and ongoing work on the precise plan and form-based code. Others are new faces. So yes, let's introduce ourselves.
I'm Matt Tacker. I'm a senior associate with WRT. Worked on the precise plan and delighted to be here with you tonight.
I'll jump in. Ben Sigmund, principal with Economic and Planning Systems, was happy to help the WRT team during the specific planning or precise planning process, and pleased to be on this City Hall effort as well.
My name is Victoria Taylor. I'm the president of Project Finance Advisory, and we're excited to be helping Santa Clara again after several years and supporting the WRT team.
Great. So let's proceed. Here we are, beginning the Civic Center relocation study aspect of this project. Today, we are going to just give a brief overview of what this project, what the purpose of this project is and its context. And then most of this presentation will be about our work on case studies. And the case studies aspect of this scope of work really comes from the task force and the desire to understand what other cities with similar circumstances have experienced in endeavoring to build City Hall and related civic center uses in their downtowns. So we will look at the program elements that have been included in these case study efforts, and the character and context, the urban environment and the urban environmental effects of that move. We're also going to look at the economic effects that we can understand, the contextual economic activity, and also, I think importantly, why these, what were the origins of each of these projects. Each one is a unique story, and there's an economic piece, and often also a sort of an urban character and civic pride piece to that story. And then also, crucially, we're going to be digging into the implementation approach of these case studies, some more deeply than others, and there's sort of different amounts of information available, and different emphasis that each of these stories has. Lastly, we will do just a quick reflection on more broadly what we understand to be the likely economic impact of this kind of a move compared to, let's say, the impact of a similarly scaled office building. And hopefully we'll have plenty of time for discussion, and I trust that there will be a lot of dialogue in this group. So project introduction, we've just introduced ourselves. There are other members of this team that will be coming into play at different parts of the process. I'm looking at the consultant team column. PFAL is, as Victoria introduced it, Project Finance Advisory. Did I get that right? I'm so used to saying PFAL. We will have other members of the team involved as we get deeper into conceptual site planning, and to that end, we have Siegel and Strain, an architect, on board, and we've begun that work. And we will be bringing in Tim Rund, for land valuation appraisals. CSW, which is Robert Stevens, he's been working with us on a precise plan to understand civil requirements and costs, and TBD consultants to provide us with vertical construction cost estimates. That'll be later in the process. Yeah, the purpose of the study is to understand the benefits of co-locating, first of all, City Hall and the utilities functions that are currently somewhat dispersed, but also of relocating the City's Hall to relocating all of these civic center functions downtown, into the downtown fabric that we are envisioning. We'll be looking at costs and financing, short and long-term economic benefits, and last but not least, activation and placemaking. And you can see here, just maybe a little bit of history is in order. City Hall was downtown Santa Clara. If you go back, Matt, we see the original City Hall building. Maybe not the original, but the building that was built maybe in the heyday of downtown Santa Clara, a little after the turn of the last century, right on the corner of Franklin and Washington. And that building was lost as part of the entire downtown being lost to urban renewal. You can see on the next slide that replacement building, which is where City Hall, where you are sitting right now, and the Civic Center site, built in the early 1960s. Three blocks on the Civic Center campus. The main block has City Hall and some associated buildings. What used to be the police station is now not. The South Block has the fountain, the Civic Center Plaza, and the North Block has the Triton Museum and some historic houses. The Smith Group also, I think that part of that, background is that a study was done, a concept plan was done for recognizing the potential need to expand City Hall as Santa Clara grows, and recognizing that those buildings are aging. A study was done in 2020, not completed, but some good analysis was done to that end, which we're drawing on. Also, critical context that all of you are very aware of and have been helping to usher into being is the Downtown Precise Plan. Right here, we're showing the modeled building volumes that the plan would regulate to produce. And in white, you see what we're calling the base maximum heights, and in blue, you're seeing the additional heights that would be allowed with the provision of specified community benefits. And we will be thinking as this process goes along, and have already begun this process, about how Civic Center program could be embedded in this, essentially in this model. The model is intended as a model, not as a straitjacket. The building forms may shift and adjust. but the overall height envelope is established in the downtown precise plan. The process, the Civic Center relocation process has these 6 sort of stages, and we're working simultaneously on the first 2. Program confirmation is having to do with really understanding the existing elements of the Civic Center program as they are now on the Civic Center site, and the amount of space that is projected to be needed by 2040, which is sort of our planning horizon, and thinking about relevant adjacencies, the adjacencies of one department to another, the adjacencies of public-facing uses like the permit counter and council chambers with the public realm, with streets and public spaces, and the potential adjacencies or sort of co-benefits that could accrue if we were to locate downtown in really much more of a vibrant public environment. We're also looking at the potential economic impact and case studies. That's what we're going to be presenting today. And then as we get into the project, I think we're planning to come back to you in April with our initial look at a range of potential site relocation options downtown. And that'll be a really interesting meeting. We will be looking for your input at that stage to hone in on really, hopefully, one preferred site to dive into in more detail and do concept level design options and be able to evaluate the financial, the costs and financing options for those, for that preferred concept. With your input, we'll be refining that concept and producing a final report. If you go to the next slide, Matt, we've envisioned this as a 7-month process. It might go a little bit longer. Here we are. I think we kicked off in December, so we're a little bit behind. We're maybe in month 3, but it's I think we're doing pretty well. We've made a lot of progress. So look for the schedule to potentially expand by a month or so, but we're trying to keep it pretty tight. So here you'll see again on the left the existing Civic Center, and we've created a base map of that Civic Center, which we're showing here on the right. The blue outline is focusing on the central block because that's really the block that includes the functions that would be relocated downtown. It's important to point out that the Civic Center downtown relocation would also include utilities, some of which are currently located here within this blue outline, but some are also off-site in leased space. So we would be bringing in functions that are currently within the blue line, but also functions that are outside, and also thinking about an expanded square footage to handle growth. Here you see that same blue outline of the existing Civic Center block superimposed on our downtown site so that we can understand the relative scale of the existing Civic Center compared to downtown. And so you can see that the existing Civic Center, just that central block, is about 10 acres. The downtown precise plan area overall is 28 acres, so considerably larger. But I think the concept really is to shift, if Civic Center functions were to shift downtown, the concept would be to design those in a much more compact urban style that would be probably end up on a smaller footprint, even with enlarged square footage, building square footage. And we'll be seeing these footprints as we go through the case studies to understand also how that existing Civic Center footprint compares to some of the case studies that we're looking at.
And I think most of you are familiar with the precise plan concept, which is to recreate the grid with streets going through the area. And so once you subtract out those new streets, each block would be about 2.2 acres. And that's an important number just to keep in mind when we look at the other case studies, because one thing we want to think about is not just the program, but also how it would present itself in the context of downtown.
Yeah. So Matt, I think you could take it away and begin to introduce our case studies.
Yeah, great. Happy to be here. Case studies are really an interesting opportunity to understand how other communities really have taken on the creation of new civic center. And what we're interested in hearing tonight is, what aspects of these case studies resonate with each of you? What aspects of the case studies really don't seem to fit? Just don't seem right for Santa Clara's situation. And then also just to kind of get a general sense of what issues are most important to the task force so that we can carry that thinking forward into our next stages of work. We looked at a great many case studies, and nearly half of those came at the recommendation of reclaiming our downtown. And we discussed those amongst ourselves. We actually created some evaluation criteria to land on the selected case studies. We thought about just how comprehensive the set of uses, the breadth of community civic uses, whether there's financial strategy information available, because that's an important part of these case studies, whether it sits within a downtown location, whether it's new construction, and then also things like how big was the community. For instance, we ruled out case studies that were in fairly small towns. And so these are the 6 case studies that we landed on: Long Beach, Watsonville, Sonoma County Government Center study. That's actually not constructed, but is really interesting because it's an alternatives analysis and therefore fairly comparable to what this process is. Malden, that's in Massachusetts. Mountain View, your neighbor, and Redwood City, another neighbor close to you. And so just to give you kind of a high level overview of these case studies, some had only public uses. A few included mixed use development. We tracked whether there was a partnership for development or financing, because how you're going to pay for a new civic center is an important consideration. Was it part of a downtown revitalization plan? And did it have some other civic developments that were occurring at the same time? So Long Beach Civic Center. The general outline for each of these case studies is going to be to introduce you to the program, something about the size of the site, set some context. Where does the new civic center sit in relationship to other things that are going on, in the vicinity? We'll talk about and then we'll talk about the economic effects, the impacts, as well as the financing strategy that was associated with each. So in Long Beach, it opened in 2019. Ben's going to talk a little bit more about the history, but just very briefly, they had a city hall that was seismically unsafe. And then they also had an opportunity to partner with the Port of Long Beach to, bring this about. The city hall site itself is about 4 acres, so that'd be roughly equivalent to 2 of your downtown precise plan blocks. The 4 acres is actually a smaller portion of the area that's outlined in red. The area that's outlined in red, also about a third of it also includes the Port of Los Angeles, and the Port of Long Beach. Sorry, that's a typo. Not Port of LA. And to just kind of give you a sense of scale. Now, associated with the project, but not on that red block, is also a library. There's a plaza on the block. There's a parking garage that's on an adjacent block, a city park on an adjacent block, and then also on an adjacent block, there's a land set aside for mixed-use development, which has not yet occurred.
Matt, if I can break in there just a moment, if you go back to that slide, you can see that 510,000 square feet of office space between the City Hall and the Port of Long Beach are within that block. So that's more than twice the amount of square footage that Santa Clara is envisioning for 2040, and substantially more than is on that existing Civic Center site within that footprint.
Could I ask a question on Long Beach?
Yeah, clarifying questions are great.
Yeah. So where was City Hall prior? In Long Beach?
I'll be able to get into that as we get into the case studies. It was across the street.
Because one of our criteria was the City Hall moved out of downtown and then moved back into downtown. So you had a before and after. Do you have that in this case scenario?
Well, we selected the case studies for a variety of reasons, and there's not going to be any case study that's going to be an exact match for your situation in Santa Clara. I do believe, I think everyone will agree at the end of this, that the case studies are going to illuminate a great many issues for consideration, and are going to leave the project team with a strong understanding of what the task force is mostly concerned with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So here's that one block that is outlined in red. The Civic Center project, as I mentioned, also involves some of the adjacent blocks where there's a library, a skate park being created. Not part of the project, but adjacent is believe it's a federal courthouse. It's a state courthouse. I mean, I'm sorry. It's Duke-Majan Courthouse. And then there's a few hotels in the area, just to kind of give you a sense. It's part of a downtown that is, gradually filling in and being redeveloped. It's not immediately adjacent to Long Beach's most active, called Main Street commercial, however. A little closer in, you can see that parking garage that's part of it. Across the street from the administration building for the City Hall is a housing project, not associated with the Civic Center project, with ground floor retail. No doubt that retail is being supported by the employees that are using the Civic Center. And then to give you a sense of the character and how it fits from an urban design perspective, to the right, your upper left image, you can see that housing project with the ground floor retail, and then across the street is the Civic Center building itself. I would say it does a poor job of activating the street and really kind of being a kind of flanking the street in a reciprocal way. That maybe that's a lesson learned that we'll want to take into the work that we're doing. Library, skate park, really, efforts to bring more people to the downtown. And then office towers are the main neighbors along Ocean Boulevard. And Ocean Boulevard is the more auto-oriented arterial along one edge of the Civic Center, whereas Broadway is much more pedestrian scaled. Ben?
All right, thanks, Matt. So Matt covered most of this, but just quickly, the project itself, part of a much larger 22-acre master plan, opened in 2019. And the real add on this slide is just the reason for the primary reason for the new city hall and civic complex was the seismic condition of the prior building. In addition, the previous city hall was a kind of concrete brutalist structure, was not well liked, and the community also closed off some streets. So that, from the city's perspective, those were the primary reasons for going forward with this project. Next slide. The larger context, though, is growing downtown and a desire to see sort of increased vibrancy in Long Beach's downtown area. They had done a downtown plan in 2012, and then this master plan around 2015 was a period there, 7-8 years back, where the wind really was at the city's back, and the downtown in particular. Significant investment in housing development in the downtown. So really an already kind of burgeoning pocket of the Los Angeles metro area a lot of folks from City of Los Angeles moving to new residential towers within Long Beach, and Long Beach is downtown. And so as a way to further catalyze that growth and to have a very functional and sort of new modern facility, this project sort of did gain traction very quickly. Victoria will speak more about the public-private partnership in a moment, but there was essentially a developer selection or team selection process in roughly 2014, and they were underway with the project by 2016. So really pretty quick in the grand scheme of things. Let's see, also worth mentioning, they did do some analysis within the city and looked at renovation of the existing building and really found it to be not cost effective. And that, I think, coupled with some of the urban design goals they got from this new project really kind of solidified the desire to move it forward. In terms of the funding and financing, there was no new bonds or voter approved bond measures that were part of this. It's funded exclusively through tax revenues, and it's a design, build, operate, finance, maintain model that Victoria will talk a little bit more about in a moment. Let's do the next slide. So at my shop, we did try our very best to figure out the degree to which these projects have kind of contributed to downtown investment, downtown growth, increased economic activity. The radii you're looking at in the slide here, that's a half a mile from the project site. It's roughly a 10-minute walk. And so we're across all the case studies, we're going to show you a slide like this, and we're going to look at new real estate development that's occurred essentially within this 10-minute walk of the project. This one here, in Long Beach, developed so recently, right? 2019 delivery. It's tough to see the kind of exactly what's happened or might happen, but a tremendous amount of residential development, right? That's really what's going on in downtown Long Beach, and what I think this city hall and civic complex kind of contributes to. So we had almost 1,500 units that either were delivered or are under construction now. Since the delivery of the city hall, and another 2,600 housing units out in the pipeline, including that housing site that's part of the project. So really, contributing to a growing downtown area. Let's keep going. And we want to talk about the employment picture too. With this one, not a lot of historic data to bring to bear. Some of the charts I'll show you for other case studies, we actually have kind of an employment trend line that we can show you related to the delivery of the city hall. Again, we're looking here.
Okay. Yeah, hope everybody can hear me. Ben will be coming back soon. This was his last slide for the Long Beach case study. I think we'll move on to Victoria, who's going to talk about financing.
Thanks, Matt. So as part of the consideration for the project and also in the selection of the successful bidder, the developers put forward sort of a benefit cost analysis that the city was able to use to assess the total overall benefits of the project. And the developer forecasted that the project would generate over $1.4 billion in positive economic benefits over the 43-year concession period. You can see how that breaks out here. The $640 million is sort of a multiplier effect that was expected to have a positive impact. It was also expected that the project would help to generate over 6,000 jobs. And really importantly, it was intended to revitalize the heart of downtown Long Beach, and to create an opportunity for really some civic pride, to help revision the park that was there, but really to help just breathe new life into that part of Long Beach. The project was delivered as a design, build, operate, finance, maintain, which means that a developer was responsible for all 5 of those disciplines. The city decided to do something a little bit unusual, which is that they shortlisted 2 developers and then negotiated a full design and price competition with those 2 entities. So they're able at the end of that process to choose between a preferred design and associated costs and financing strategies. Ultimately, a stipend was paid to the unsuccessful bidder. In this case, it was about $500,000, which is probably an order of magnitude less than what was actually spent in the development process. And the overall program itself had a total price tag of just over $500 million. The payment to the developer by the city included a land transfer, which was intended to be sold for a mixed use development. That land has yet to be sold. There's also cash on hand that the city had accumulated. And then the remaining payment was made using an annual availability payment. And that payment was sized to be equivalent to the city's 2013 operations and maintenance cost on its existing facility. So that was a really interesting approach that the city took here, because by assessing how much money that they were actually spending on their building, they could in effect remain cost neutral in delivering the new building, but also in delivering a lot of benefits that included operations and maintenance that would prevent any sort of deferred maintenance from accumulating. So this annual availability payment covers all debt service. It covers operations and maintenance costs, and it also covers an agreed return to equity over the 43-year period.
And if I can just add, as an architect, that having skin in the game in the long term and having the developer wanting to factor the ongoing operating costs also is important, because so often with green buildings, there's significant upfront capital, and there may not be the interest to really concern yourself with ongoing operating costs. So this is a structure that may be of interest to the task force.
Definitely. And it's been used in a lot of places aside from Long Beach, but it really is a great way to align interests for total life cycle efficiency of the building between the developer and the client.
Yep.
So the city paid that availability payment with its tax revenue. So projected growth within its general revenue sources, including property tax, retail sales tax, and transient occupancy tax. The financing itself included about $240 million of long-term debt that was issued as fixed rate delayed draw taxable notes that were placed with a single insurance provider. There's also a $213 million construction loan. And the benefit of combining these two sources of financing is that you reduce capitalized interest during the construction period. A traditional bond financing has the drawback of having to incur the cost for all of its interest upfront. And so basically you have to size the bond program in order to pay for your interest, even when that interest is being capitalized. So the city avoided having to make it upfront in any sort of ongoing payment during the construction period. And it also managed to, with this more efficient structure, reduce the amount of capitalized interest that was incurred. There's also a $20 million equity contribution from the developer, and that is being paid over the 40-year term using funds generated by the availability payment, which is subject to deductions for poor performance. There's also about $40 million in contributions from cash and land, which I mentioned before. And the project opened for operations in 2019. The housing portion remains and mixed use portion remains undeveloped. So that parcel has yet to be sold. But the city hall is, by all accounts, a successful and welcoming place to work and to visit.
Thanks, Victoria.
I have a quick question before we move on, and it's specific to Long Beach. On slide 24, you mentioned that there was projected to be $93 million resulting from operations and events. What would the source of those events be? Was it a performing arts center included somehow, or where would that come from?
That's a really good question. It mostly from park programming, because they revisioned and restructured Lincoln Park. It made it a much more usable space. So now it provides opportunity to do movie nights and food truck, kind of events. But basically, it provides an opportunity to activate the space and to provide programming that generates revenue.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see that in Watsonville or Sonoma when I was reading ahead really quickly. So just wanted to understand if that was unique. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think that is a unique feature in Long Beach. Although when we get to Mountain View, there's also an emphasis on activation through cultural space. So on to Watsonville, opened in 2008. Watsonville is a small city compared to Santa Clara. The area in red there is 2 acres. So that's equivalent to a downtown block. The city hall used to be across the street where the label that says utility offices is. It's a very small space. And they partnered with the county, which also has a county courthouse in the same new facility. And Ben will elaborate on that in a minute. Also in that new building is library, community rooms. There's a modest ground floor restaurant, and there's a below grade parking garage. It's partly, I'm sorry, it's to the side. The parking garage is to the side, which is much more cost effective. Yeah, so here's the context. Main Street is the main retail street. This is the south end of Main Street, so it's a block to get to the more active area of Main Street, which if you can see where my pointer is, between the more active part of Main Street, there's the Watsonville Plaza, which is the heart of the community, is also surrounded by commercial space. There is a small retail center that's across the street from the city hall, and then you can make out some of the other features in the vicinity, including the city offices and utilities, again, across the street, across Main Street from the new structure. Slightly different view. And I think it's safe to say that, they located it here in part to help support their Main Street.
Yeah, I think you could see it as a potential anchor at the south end of downtown with the goal of trying to draw that energy of Main Street further south 1 block along the plaza.
Yep. And so some street level views just give you a sense of character. There's the Civic Center building off to the right here. You can just see a little corner of it. I think the architecture really does, speak to it being a civic building. The retail center across the street is being supported in part by the employees. Here's another view, lower left, where you can see the public library and the ground floor of the new building, retail and office space off in the distance. There's an old theater that's across the street. Not sure exactly how that space is being used, but has been.
Quick,
Yep.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Quick note I wanted to get in before the slide
Yep.
changes. The upper left, the retail center, 20,000 square feet, retail ground level, offices on the 2nd floor, delivered essentially right after the city hall. And so one of the few examples where, to me in these case studies, really obvious that a large motivation for that private sector investment that we're looking at in that picture is the development of the city complex across the street.
Yeah, thanks. Do you know what the story is with the theater that's across Main Street?
I think it's converting to restaurant.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Ben, please.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, so me here, and sorry, I think I had an internet issue towards my last slide there, so hopefully that won't happen again. We did lose a transformer in our neighborhood. I don't know that would be it, but anyway, so Matt touched on a lot of this. The story in Watsonville, just going back to the origins of this new facility. They did have a 1965 City Hall. It was across the street. They didn't give it up. They actually have moved a portion of city staff, including the city manager's office and administrative offices, to the new facility. They got a beautiful new chambers out of this project. But it started as a library. The downtown library in Watsonville was completely oversubscribed and depreciated, too small. And really the city was thinking more so initially in the project that they would get the economic boost downtown out of library visitation. And it became a much bigger project, I think, as the site size and its capacity presented itself, and then some other opportunities. So let's keep going in terms of slides. I'll tell you more. So the city had really suffered the Loma Prieta 1989 earthquake pretty terribly, and downtown, like Santa Cruz, extremely impacted, but it didn't bounce back as quickly as downtown Santa Cruz, and today still struggles to fully recover, I think, from some of the damage done there. So in the early 2000s, this library concept was identified as not only a great civic project, but an opportunity to sort of improve downtown, particularly drive foot traffic to downtown. Struggling downtown retailers, potentially fill some vacant retail spaces. So what else to note here? The project started through the redevelopment agency. Distinct redevelopment agency funds were brought to develop the parking structure, which is actually a separate building on the block. The courthouse and the city facility, as well as the library, which is gorgeous, were all sort of done together. A significant takeaway from interviewing the city on this one is don't do a project with your local court, which I think, I don't know, could possibly come up as an idea here in Santa Clara. And I think the lesson learned from Watsonville is a strong no, just very dramatic and sort of unusual space requirements, a lot of sort of related to running trials and keeping those on trial safe, a lot of special measures taken, and as a result, some serious compromises related to design. This is one of the few projects we look at that is a true mixed use. There's ground floor retail that's owned by the city that they are leasing out. They also lease office space throughout the building to both the courts as well as other mostly not-for-profit entities, as we understand it. And then when we talked to the city's team about this, one thing they kept coming back to was that they had done a guaranteed maximum price agreement with their their construction manager, and they were very strongly recommending that approach. They feel like they picked their design and their ability to pay early in the process, and the private sector bore the risk of potentially overspending. And so they felt like that was a good approach. Next slide, pivoting to what's happened in and around City Hall in recent years. Not much. And that was one of the reasons we want, I point out that 20,000 square foot building that was developed across the street right out of the gate. But this wasn't the salve for downtown Watsonville. There's been some multifamily housing development within that 10-minute walk shed, but it didn't occur until really in earnest until 2010, there were 12 units, 2014, 5 more units, and then 2018, a slug of over 50 units came in. So it's really been a challenging, sort of challenging story for downtown Watsonville. I think it's important to note its market characteristics are completely different than Santa Clara, both on the revenue potential and cost side of real estate development. But while their project definitely has made a great improvement to downtown, it's not clear it stimulated a tremendous amount of reinvestment. And here, this jobs density map, this heat map, does show us that they are kind of contributing to their true downtown. This is where I was cut off in the last slide. This is a sort of story that gets repeated through the case studies. These are all real downtowns in that in each and every case, this heat map that we're showing really does show us a concentration of employment in the downtown location. And here, we can see the major industries in Watsonville are all sort of present in the downtown in surrounding buildings. I'll leave it at that. Oh, and here, this is where we're able to do this. This is the half mile again around the City Hall project and the total jobs count. And we can see, mostly the effects of the 2008-9 recession, sort of flat employment there for a few years. I mean, this was the story a lot of places. But what's interesting to me is that, whereas I might have guessed that some of that recovery in 12, 13, 14, so on, was retail and restaurant, it's not. Those jobs were actually contracting. The job growth here is happening in other sectors. So it just, again, I think it's contributed to downtown, but it has not really driven the kind of retail renaissance that either from the library or the City Hall that I think the elected officials might have been hoping for when they planned the project.
Victoria?
The project was completed in 2008, so the City Hall component of it, so it's currently in operations. The price of the City Hall facility was about $50 million, and that does not include the parking facility or other mixed-use facilities. And this one used a lot of different funding sources, and we wanted to show this here just because this is interesting that they had to pull together a lot of different types of funds in order to get to that $50 million price tag. Some of those are from grants, some of those are from formula funds received by the state, some development impact fees and reimbursement agreements, and then other financing tools that were utilized were things like Miller Roofs fees, benefit assessment districts, and also TIF districts. So those are also kind of tools that are available to help fund projects like this.
Yeah, thanks. So the next case study we're going to look at is, well, first off, are there any clarifying questions that anybody had related to Watsonville?
Yeah, sorry, I got one more. So just so I might have missed this in the beginning, the original City Hall was right across the street?
Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Very modest building. So yeah, Sonoma County, this is an alternatives analysis, and it's very interesting. So it doesn't fit the same model as the other case studies, but is very applicable to Santa Clara. And we're going to take it in a slightly different sequence as a consequence. And Victoria is going to walk us through the background.
Thanks, Matt. So my firm worked on this for Sonoma. And one of our team members is the former General Services Director of Sonoma County. So we have a lot of information about what went into this project, the amount of background information that they developed, and frankly, a little bit of PTSD. So we'll sort of touch on that and explain sort of some of the lessons learned from this, because we think that that's going to be really valuable to the city. So the county owned about 2 million square feet and had to lease about 3 million square feet in office space in order to accommodate all of the county staff. They have a capital program of about $87 million. The buildings that made up the county campus, you can see here in this older image, were very, very spread out. They were also kind of built at different points in history, but almost all of them were about 50 to 60 years old. So almost all of them were far past their useful life. I think the functional obsolescence was a real issue in terms of being able to serve the county clients who were coming to these different buildings, but also between departments there was even confusion about where people needed to go, what space was needed. And the county was facing a growing deferred maintenance liability that was universally accepted as being problematic. The site area itself is about 22 acres. The program was carefully considered to incorporate new office space, a board of supervisors chambers, a new emergency operations center. The county served as the and still serves as the emergency operations coordinator for the entire county. And also some housing and a parking garage were being considered. The
Well, I just
yeah, I
want
think
to and just
hmm.
point out that there's the 3 geographic areas that were considered for the alternatives. There's the existing campus, there's the downtown Santa Rosa site, which we're going to look at in more detail, and then there's also the airport that's nearby was considered.
That's right. So the one of the sort of the common wisdom was that the county campus should stay where it was. There was a lot of support for that. The reason being that the campus was so sprawling and so spread out that it was thought that new buildings could be built on the current campus without having to basically swing out any staff into leased space during the construction period. So that was something that was very, very attractive to the county as sort of option A. But as the process went on, more sites became suggestions as areas to investigate. So there were multiple downtown sites, with the rationale being that downtown Santa Rosa was desperately in need of revitalization. There was a huge mall there that really was, is not really in use in the current climate. And there's also a lot of interest in there was a lot of interest rather in co-locating with the city of Santa Rosa, who was also looking to move into new facilities. So we had a lot of different sites to look at and to investigate, and we developed a matrix to evaluate the different locations in terms of potential development cost and some of the cost benefit analysis that we know that the city is also considering. So this was the proposed layout for the existing county campus. So this is the same site as we saw in that initial diagram, but sort of reorganized to consolidate the county function into the yellow buildings there, make available a number of different properties for housing, also to build a new parking structure, and to use the parking structure and also the civic buildings as sort of a soft barrier to the county jail and also the courthouse, which might not necessarily be attractive places to live next to. And this was viewed, like I said before, as being really attractive. There really wasn't. I think that one of the real downsides to this site is that there really aren't many walkable spaces for people to use. There's no real transit connectivity. There really isn't anywhere for county staff or visitors to go and grab lunch or go shopping when they have time. And so there was a lot of appetite to try to look towards downtown Santa Rosa in particular. And really the political forces started blowing in that direction. Just to recap the rationale for moving, this growing deferred maintenance liability was becoming a serious economic problem for the county. Consolidating its leased facilities into owned facilities was expected to save over $80 million in 20 years. Resilient infrastructure is a major issue in that part of California, as I'm sure you can appreciate. With power outages, fires, and floods, there really needed to be a better and more resilient setup for the county that they could operate from. There was potential to co-locate different county services to make people's lives a little bit easier, and also to create housing and potential revenue generation. There's also a lot of savings to be achieved in terms of reducing risk around seismic risks, accessibility risks, and also the safety issues that were arising with the state of the current facilities.
Yeah, so the downtown alternative that was explored utilized multiple sites. To the right, in red, the largest area would have been dedicated to this city hall, and that's on 2 sides of the street, and that comes in at 3 acres. I believe that also includes some of the street itself. Mm-hmm. And then there's the Board of Supervisors site, so that's the county facility, closer to the freeway. So on the aerial photograph, you can see Highway 101, US 101 is off on the left lower corner. If you're familiar with downtown, the downtown really, this is the southwest corner of downtown. And then in yellow, what you see there is a proposed office tower site, which would have been part of the project and would have helped generate revenue for relocating to this location. And it uses a part of the shopping mall that's there that has been struggling economically, and in doing so, by converting its office also helps to activate the downtown, and in a minute also show you how it also strengthens a pedestrian connection between the downtown and the Railroad Square area. So here's a aerial photograph of the same. You can see the 3 sites. You can see the most active parts of downtown are north and east of the area that was being considered. There's the mall, and then across the Highway 101, you can see the SMART train, Sonoma Marin Area Rapid Transit station, and there's been a revitalization effort that has yielded a hotel, on that side of the freeway, and the highway has historically been a pretty awful barrier, really, between the railroad side and the downtown side of Santa Rosa. Here is a rendering of those same programmatic features. You can see it in 3D, how it would work. And then, if you can draw attention to just north of the office building, the yellow high rise, you can see there's 3rd Street that's shown as being a green line here. And that's a very important pedestrian connection to the Railroad Square area. And then if we go to the next slide.
Just before you do, Matt, I just want to point out here that the connection to the SMART train station and the transit center are really important for this location. By taking over the old Sears building and building the office tower there, the site was right smack in the middle between a FRA regulated rail station and a transit center that utilized and accommodated intercity bus service. Because of that, this project was eligible for a loan program that is it's run by the Department of Transportation, and it basically provides subsidized loan products that are very flexible at a fixed low interest cost. To projects that provide transit-oriented development that are within certain distances of these types of transit options. And the reason why we thought this was relevant for the city is because the site that's under consideration by the city for your new downtown is also eligible for one of these subsidized loan programs. So it's pretty compelling stuff. It can help save a lot of money in terms of development cost. And so it's just something to keep in mind in terms of the attractiveness of this site, that there are options that become available depending on your location.
Can I interrupt on that? So, and to the group, to the dais here, I'm going to talk about this hopefully at the end. So our group's been studying with DOT. There's also a huge tax benefit for the developer with TIFA and RRIF. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
That's right, TIFIA and RIF loans, yes.
Correct, all right, thank you.
And so here's a couple of photographs that help explain that condition, that as it exists today. The upper photograph shows the shopping center bridging over 3rd Street. And of course that would be removed and opened up. So the distance that somebody would be actually walking underneath something would be greatly reduced. And then the lower right-hand side, it's just a reminder of the regional transit that's available.
In terms of the economic impact, I think the county's objectives were similar to what the city's trying to achieve. So really trying to activate space that was badly in need of walkability, livability, and also kind of user friendliness. I mean, you saw that huge barrier over 3rd Street in in the last couple slides. And basically by opening that up and turning this into a more attractive area, the county really saw an opportunity to help revitalize a significant portion of downtown. The total availability payment that was calculated based on a very rough cost estimate that contained a lot of contingency because of the lack of any sort of developed design came to about $42 million. And so that was intended to cover the cost of all debt service, also operations, maintenance, and also a modest return on equity. And so the county went and evaluated its funding sources to determine what funding it could use to pay for that $42 million a year. And so this is how those different costs broke out. And also just to put this in context a little bit, so 42 million was only a tiny fraction of one of the county's major budget elements of salary and benefits. So obviously there was a lot of budget to work with, but they still had a lot of the common constraints that all of our other government clients face. So in terms of some of the lessons learned, I think the biggest one was that the site selection was the most challenging element of this project. And ultimately, it really was what sort of, I think, caused the pause by the Board of Supervisors and is currently being revisited by some analysis that's currently ongoing. We also didn't have an opportunity to interact a lot with the elected officials. This is something that we would have liked to do differently because it was pretty clear that the questions that were coming up from the elected officials as the analysis progressed showed that there was a very steep learning curve that they needed to be briefed on. And that was something that we recognized was really important to make sure that there was a real coalescence of ideas around what the common goals and objectives were, rather than just focusing on certain districts' benefits and costs. Other lessons learned are here. You can read them, and I think we'll move on for the benefit of time.
Thanks, Victoria.
So can I clarify? Sorry, I'm doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
So this was never built. So we're studying something that
That's
was not built.
Right. We wanted to review it because we thought that there were so many relevant elements of this particular study. And the reason why it wasn't built are, I think there are some pretty good cautionary tales for the city to take on board to try to avoid a similar outcome. We do expect that the County Government Center is going to be built. It's currently under consideration on the existing campus. But the alternatives that were presented in the analysis that we've done, we think is relevant to what's in front of the city at the moment.
Okay, last thing, I didn't see this up there. Did you see Winter Garden at all on the recommendation list?
Yes, we did look at that. We looked at each of the case studies that were brought forward to us, and we totally welcome as we get into the discussion your feedback on those as well, so that we can continue to learn from your work as well.
Okay, thank you.
Just really quickly, if it's not too late on Sonoma, I think I had a bit of an aha moment as in sort of digesting one of what I understand to be sort of key reasons why it didn't move forward in one of our sort of team discussions, which is just there's a certain service package that's delivered at the county level, including health services and judicial services. And I think that there was a challenge in terms of relocating this county suite of facilities that revolves around the breadth of county services and the need for those services to be co-located. And I don't know, maybe there's someone on the team who'd want to kind of comment further, but I walked away from one of the discussions feeling like a big reason this hasn't happened. I mean, there are a lot of reasons, but a big reason is sort of a county related kind of condition. And so I just thought I'd put that out there.
Thanks, Ben. So Malden, Massachusetts, was one of the case studies is recommended by the Reclaiming Our Downtown group. And as an architect and urban designer, it's really a very interesting project. It opened in 2020. It includes the city hall, includes retail on the ground floor of structure that's part of this, also part of the project, which has apartments above. And then there's a parking garage that's behind the parking, the apartments, and the bridge that you see there connects the city hall to the parking garage that's behind the apartments. You can get a sense of scale there, and how much more compact the project is, even with the addition of the apartment building, than your existing civic center site. And one of the interesting backstories on it is that the street used to be closed. There used to actually be a structure that ran across it. And this is the, as we see here, the regional train. This is a different view. Let me get you oriented here. Pleasant Street didn't go all the way through. There was kind of a large interruption. Meanwhile, the regional rail station was there, and so it was getting in the way of a direct pedestrian path for many people to get to the regional rail. The components of the city hall you can see here, different from a different vantage point. The city hall, as I mentioned, the apartments and retail, the parking behind. Pleasant Street is starting to come together as a important commercial street incrementally, and then there's some new development that's happening in the vicinity. So here's another view, again giving you a sense. Still another view.
Do you have a before of that?
Don't. I did a Google search. I tried to find it. Was not able to turn anything up. And then some street view. Again, the retail fabric along Pleasant, pretty strong on one side, not quite there on the other side of the street. The city hall in the distance, I'm looking at the photo that's off on the left, and then looking back at the city hall from the transit center, giving you a sense. And one of the features is at the base of that apartment building, there's the retail. So helping to activate the street, and really a classic Main Street kind of environment was created.
Yeah, really struck by the similarity or the resonance on this one with the vision that we've been creating for downtown Santa Clara in terms of scale and grid and adjacency to transit.
So when we talked to the facilities director with the city of Malden, and I shared the story of downtown Santa Clara, he says, well, that's our story too, right? This is a downtown similarly that had been eroded during the period of urban renewal, city that's very interested in building it back. They do have the benefit of being very close to Cambridge and Boston, right on the commuter rail there. As Matt mentioned, a huge issue in their downtown was the location of the previous city hall, essentially same site, but blocking the roadway into the transit center and really kind of inhibiting general access and flow throughout the downtown. So while the facilities director definitely conceded that they were in a period of functional or maybe less than perfectly functional obsolescence, tremendous deferred maintenance on the old city hall, and very much in need of a new facility. That the urban revitalization of this downtown was also a huge part of why they did the project. Let's go to the next slide. So touching on that, they did take advantage of their existing site. They had become somewhat dispersed with the police station, other departments throughout the downtown. They were able to buy a building, rent some space, move out of the old city hall, and temporarily over about a 2-year period, locate in adjacent areas to come back to what they essentially had done is buy themselves a condominium. They sold the previous site. They did kind of the Massachusetts version of a development agreement that stipulated the developer would build this condominium city hall to their specification. They provided some development incentives. The development entity, largely an apartment developer, the bulk of the larger project this city hall is encompassed within is a residential project with, as Matt pointed out so well in those pictures, a sort of retail, ground floor retail component. One of the big benefits that the city spoke about is as part of now a condominium association, there are board members. They're one of 3 board entities running the larger project. It's the city, the developer, and the bank. They're on a forced operations and maintenance schedule. So this deferred maintenance problem they had is not a problem anymore. They've sort of right-sized the O&M, and they're committed to it with their partners within the condominium. What else? I think it's worth switching slides. We did ask quite a bit about whether the project had stimulated sort of that urban vibrancy they're looking for, and the answer was a definite yes. The project itself, I think, comes with a tremendous amount. I mean, for a project like this, a good amount, I should say, of retail. So they now have yoga studios, restaurants, and other food venues that they didn't have before, largely brought by the project itself. And then we are seeing some spin-off development. This is a place that's benefiting from, at least in recent years, a life sciences boom. It's right up the road from Cambridge, from MIT, and the growth there. And so just back one slide, sorry, not quite yet. Couple of very significant office projects planned in the right-hand slide within a 10-minute walk of this. I mean, and then also not shown because it's not a new development, but there's a bullet there related to 200 Exchange, which was a full-scale, essentially renovation and repositioning of an existing building. It's now had been, largely emptied out now, full of life science, bioscience tenants. And so, I think really has, this project, the city project has, it freed up the land, it created a new city hall, it introduced significant residential, and it is, we're seeing sort of, I think, some positive ripples from that. Okay. And then again,
sorry guys, so they finished right when COVID started too, correct?
Yeah, this one delivered 2020, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. And then I'll just say, lastly, that last slide, this is a recurring theme. It's just that they have cited the town hall downtown. They have cited their city hall downtown in an employment core of the city. And I just think that there's a sort of what economists call agglomeration benefits, right? There's an economic benefit that comes from people co-locating for work. And I think we see that in these downtowns. And then a little bit here of just the wind at their back. You can see employment growth in the downtown area leading up to the development of City Hall, but no good data after yet. COVID.
The $36 million capital cost of the project was covered by a couple of different sources. One was land sales, the other was grant funding, and the last was a bond that was issued by the city.
Was the grant funding, was it TOD or railway?
No, so this one was specific to Massachusetts.
Okay.
So it's the MassWorks award that's given by the state. So they received about, it's just under $10 million in grants.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, no, and we did ask a little bit about that. The state of Massachusetts took great interest in this project as a unique model for delivering new public facilities. And so a lot of that state funding, I think that competitive funding came through the governor in particular's interest in this model. And I think that they since the completion of the project, accolades and a lot of positive attention for what they've accomplished.
Our next case study is this City Hall in Redwood City. Opened in 1997, situated on 3 acres. It's a single-use project with the City Hall and a public plaza adjacent to it. There's also an apartment building that was built at about the same time, but was not part of the City Hall project. And you can see the sense, to give you a sense of scale, how much more compact it is than Santa Clara's Civic Center campus. It sits at the edge of Redwood City's downtown, and so it doesn't have that sort of same comparable location. It has apartments in the vicinity. Redwood, the library is nearby. There's a recent project that's parking with wraparound retail. Superior Court more in the distance. Okay, and there you see it. And it is, it's got quite a considerable ground floor traffic. It's actually more embedded in the downtown than I stated earlier. I apologize for that. It's got a movie theater with wrapper ground floor retail around it, gymnasium across the street, restaurant activity. So, it's part of Redwood City's downtown, which has been a big success.
All right, on to me. Matt described some of this. So this is the most, in terms of the case studies we looked at, I think the most pure facilities motivated project. They had not done their downtown precise plan in Redwood City yet. They had a wholly inadequate city hall, as I understand it. It had been sort of a 1912 building, sort of additions over time. They'd outgrown that. Departments spread throughout downtown and leased space. Significant costs associated with that. So the need for a city hall was great. Let's keep going. So this is again, a situation where they're downtown, part of the picture. But again, really just trying to get all the city departments, what they call the non-operational city departments. So they're putting police, fire, and parks are outside a different building, but they wanted all of the non-operational departments within Redwood City, as well as a brand new chambers in particular. The site was the existing city hall site. They liked it. It crossed the street from the library, as Matt pointed out. And so like Malden, they did some gymnastics to lease space in downtown buildings for a year or 2 years, and then relocate back to the new city hall facility. It was a very kind of common and well worn path in terms of they created a fund, they saved their money, they designed a building, they bid it out, and they had it built. So I think straightforward in that regard. We have since seen downtown Redwood City take off. It took off largely after the precise plan, which was 2011. Here we've cut the years we're looking at for real estate investment down to just 97 to 2002, essentially the 5 years after the project. And you can see downtown Redwood City definitely getting some real traction with the real estate investment community. Up that that sort of spine there. We've got a couple of the buildings closest to the City Hall are below market rate affordable housing. They were city sites. They were developed through a city procurement or city RFP process. And then slightly farther away, 1998, 60,000 square foot office, 2001, 100,000 square foot office in the north sort of west corner there, 120,000 square foot office, 100,000 square foot office. So really, I mean, these 100,000 square foot blocks, those are significant office chunks for a downtown. So we see Redwood City filling in, and certainly the city's sort of dedication to downtown and its own investment there only helps that along. And then the last slide we've got is, again, just this recurring notion that they're reinvesting in the jobs core of the city, almost 25,000 jobs within that 10-minute walk of the City Hall.
Ben, just to go back briefly to that slide, the development history slide, the projects that are very significant that are in that table are all in that 5-year period after City Hall opened. Did you choose just that window to try to isolate the potential effects of City Hall, or I mean,
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. And I think, it obviously, as I mentioned, the precise plan didn't come along till 2011, so we could have gone even farther. But yeah, no, the idea was to look at the window right afterwards, and we're picking up 9 buildings here. So it does feel like there was an echo in it, but like all these case studies, it is a moment in time. This is the sort of period. This is the .com boom, right? And then let's just do the last slide. So this is really just showing how maybe we accept that the City Hall and a lot of other things that have contributed to downtown Redwood City have had a role here, but it really took off after that precise plan. And you can see that job growth is just really significant in the recent last 8 years or so.
So the project opened in 1997, so obviously some time ago. It was reported that it was built for a guaranteed fixed price of 7.3 million, which I think is sort of eye-watering right now, given how low an amount that is. But the other thing that was unique about this is that the bidder was selected using a best value determination rather than lowest price. So it was the guaranteed fixed price that was most attractive to the city based on what we could see in the council meeting minutes. But a lot of the negotiations between the developer and some of the decision making that went into this process happened in closed session.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Victoria. Last but not least, Mountain View's Civic Center. It opened in the mid 1990s, and it sits on 9 acres, kind of a large city block, but most of that acreage is comprised of a city park. The Civic Center, well, there's a city hall and performing arts center, library, a plaza that faces Castro Street, which is Mountain View's main street. There's below grade parking and a cafe that activates things. And you can see that its site is roughly comparable to that middle block of your existing Civic Center. And it's a very interesting design, site planning scheme, really, where there's the city hall and a plaza that is situated right on Castro Street, kind of anchors that end of Castro Street. A block away, you really get right into where the restaurants and retail are. There's kind of an interruption in the retail activity in Castro Street, a couple office buildings that don't really activate the street very well, but really, the city hall does contribute to the pedestrian activity there. And I was there recently, and people were buying food, carrying it out, and actually walking to the plaza to sit and enjoy it. Here's another view where you can see here's Castro Street running left to right. Off on the left side hand side, you can see the city hall, the plaza. It's they use the buildings really to shape the space to create a sense of place. This was designed by William Turnbull, and I think Charles Moore had a hand in it. So a couple of very noteworthy architects involved. There's the financial center that you can see there. So there's kind of a stretch of Castro Street, which isn't very active, but then really getting right into the restaurants and the retail, and quite considerable activity along Castro Street. And then several blocks farther to the right, you get to their Caltrain station. So here's some street level views in the park in the back. Ben, take it from here.
All right, thanks, Matt. So you heard about the building itself. This is I think another one of the multi-purpose projects in terms of the goals being get a great city facility and also contribute to the downtown. The city had been in this is prior to 1990, a 1950s church, apparently. And I guess they quite liked it. They gave some serious thought to renovating it, and I think went pretty far down the road of historic renovation and adaptive reuse, but ultimately scrapped that and decided in '85 that they really needed a brand new facility. Let's go to the next. Here, more than any other, Matt certainly commented on this. There was a desire to create a symbol of civic pride that, so the architectural pedigree sort of distinguished, a lot of thought going into the indoor and outdoor spaces. And so, onward there. Mountain View had, sorry, onward in my bullet points. That was not clear. The Castro Street at, heart of Mountain View, had struggled through periods in the 70s. It's interesting to read some of the history, Mountain View being what it is today. They were, I heard it sort of described as the, sort of Sunnyvale stepchild at one point before, it became the home of Google. And so it was struggling along. They had a precise plan for Castro Street in the downtown done in the 80s. So this builds on that. It is one of our case studies where there was planning in place beforehand. And then, as was mentioned, it's not just a city hall. It's a mix of sort of civic uses, and the Performing Arts Center, I think, gets quite a bit of attention. I can't say that I have been able to enjoy performance there, but I know many do, and I know that there are many cities who are desirous of Mountain View's Performing Arts facility downtown. So anyway, this is 91. I should have said before, we did a Public Records Act request for almost all of these, so trying to get some of the historic documents. It was a complicated arrangement through which the city arranged and financed this, but our understanding, based on some limited documents that were provided, is that it was a capital improvements financing authority, essentially a joint powers authority they were able to use. And we believe the structure was a type of leaseback or sale leaseback, a way for the city to finance the project without going to the voters for new debt, even though some debt most likely had to play a part here. All right, let's keep going. What's happened as a result of this? There actually quite a bit, if you look over the long term, like similar to the Redwood City story, but very little in the initial years right after the project. And so it was 1991, and by most accounts, 8 or 10 years until any other developments occurred along Castro Street in the downtown. And it may have just been, again, market conditions, a moment in time, but it is clear here that it wasn't as if the city developed this new civic complex and it sort of uncorked something great immediately. It's been sort of brewing over time, I guess. So we have those seen, and here at the end of, we're looking at a decade in this view to try to pick up some projects. And we see at the end of the decade about 7 projects coming through, most of them sort of commercial. Okay, let's keep going. There's that downtown core again. It's only 10,000 jobs within the 10-mile walk, but sort of a different mix. In some of those case studies, you'll see public administration is a top employer in the core. Here, it's a professional, scientific, technical services core, at least today. And you know, the government is just sort of part of that somewhere down the list. And then, yeah, no, here again, can't really see all the way back to the time in terms of this, these are employment totals for the 10-minute walk around the downtown. We can't say that, you know, the city hall kind of did this, but in recent years, the last 20 or so, a very much a burgeoning downtown Mountain View, and clearly the city's investments have some participatory role in setting the table for this expansion we've seen recently. I guess I can just quickly talk to these. So this is really designed as almost a leave behind for you guys. You know, we realize we're throwing a lot of information at you. And so we tried to put together a slide just to kind of sum up the key points across the case studies for comparison and for your own consideration. We don't need to go through it in detail. You know, we thought about putting this early in the slideshow, but then we just talk about the slide the whole time. So hopefully you've enjoyed the slower, more methodical walkthrough, but I think we'll leave this with you to pore over. And then the next slide, if we may, this is just a few of the key takeaways. We tried to sort of focus these around, you know, the reason the project occurred and did it achieve its goals, and was anything unique or different about the way the city approached the procurement or development of the new city hall. And so I think we've spoken to all this throughout the presentation, but here it is sort of in an attempt to kind of give you guys an executive summary level perspective, or our perspective on what came out of these case studies. And we'll just roll through this. Okay, so let's switch gears. Another aspect of the City Hall study is to consider the potential economic impacts of a new City Hall downtown. We've taken the perspective of comparing City Hall to a range of different potential office projects that could occur at similar scale. It's illustrative. I'll walk you through the information, but we're dealing with sort of very kind of coarse information around what the city hall might be and what these other projects might be. So like I say, illustrative for that reason. But we are relying on some real data as well to make our case and make our findings. So some of those data include the existing City Hall study program. So I think, Peter, you may have at the beginning made reference to the roughly 244,000 square foot kind of program that had been established. And we use that as a starting point in this work. We have worker daytime spending survey data that we rely on. And I should be very clear, it doesn't distinguish between government workers and private sector workers. So we just know what a typical office worker spends on goods and services during a typical workday. And then we're not doing any kind of multiplier effects, right? We're not saying, there's no ripple effect. We're looking at direct sort of daytime spending, sort of retail, personal and professional services that might occur. So no sort of additional household income analysis or support business kind of analysis. Those would honestly it would not change the answer. And then it's also important to know that there's no consideration of the existing city hall as it sits today as a baseline condition, right? There, presumably now we have workers at City Hall who sometimes go out for lunch and sometimes, create some economic activity in and around Santa Clara. And presumably, if you move City Hall to downtown, that simply shifts over to about a half mile away. And so we haven't net that out. just to be kind of crystal clear. Okay, let's keep going. Next slide. All right, so here are the 4 scenarios. The City Hall, and it says 236,000 square feet. That's without the chambers. Okay, so we're kind of considering the more office space component. Chambers are added in separately. We'll use the sort of previous study to come up with this 360 square feet per employee. That's their number. That was what the a total of 244,000 square foot project, or the 236 minus without the chambers. That was the head count for the project. We understand the capacity of that roughly 8,000 square foot chamber space to have been about 150. And then we reviewed the city's event calendar for the most recent year and saw about 120 events at the City Hall chambers now. And so we carried that forward. And we, I think in this COVID time, probably slightly optimistic, but we'll get back to it. 50% capacity. The average meeting over 120 events per year, it has 75 people attending. Then we compare it to different types of office, right? And I think this is important. As you'll see, it actually makes a pretty big difference what kind of office you get. And I believe we could get any of these as an alternative on a downtown site. So we have a sort of typical office, which might be a kind of professional technical, could be finance firm, could be engineers, you name it, but pretty typical. That's about 250 square feet per employee. So we factored that into the number of people working in the building, and this is what drives the comparison, is really the employment density in the building. We also factor in, like the chambers get visits on a weekly basis, businesses also get business visits, and we've done some survey work around the Bay Area, and our kind of current rule of thumb at EPS is about 3 business visits per employee. And so we're using that here as a way of picking up the fact that a private employer probably would generate some business travel to downtown. Technology company office. We bring this up because this has been a topic in Menlo Park, in Mountain View, and San Francisco, that the tech companies provide lunch, and they provide computer peripherals, and they provide hygiene products, and they basically don't want you to go outside. And so that does factor into the impact an employer like this will have on downtown. We see it when the tech companies are planning their own mixed use projects. How do they provide all this retail when the host company has got a cafeteria, right? What we've worked with tech companies on this kind of project before, what we've done is we've reduced the daytime spending. The employment density is the same, that roughly 250 square feet per employee, but they don't spend on lunch to nearly the same degree. And there are a few sort of incidental kind of items, goods that folks might need during the day that they get from the employer instead of going out into the world to purchase. And so we factor that in. The last private office comparison is the life science sector. And we've seen a proliferation of these buildings. It's used to think of labs as being in the low slung sort of tilt up, almost like flex industrial buildings. Well, they're going into towers now, and they're going into buildings that look just like every other sort of gleaming, glassy office building out there. And so it's a real possibility for us. It's been a market in the Bay Area that's been very hot. South San Francisco in particular, Emeryville, but it's kind of everywhere. But it's more like 400 square feet per employee because they are working lab spaces in these buildings. And here we're also assuming some business visitation, same level as the others. But what's really driving the difference on that lab, that office lab, is just much lower employment density. Okay, so let's see how this all shakes out. I think we start to get into some of the findings here. I'll just go through column by column the scenario, the 4 different potential buildings that we considered, the City Hall versus 3 different types of private office. Based on those employment densities I just described, the employees that would work in the building. Visits, in the case of City Hall, those are meeting visitors. We haven't picked up, there is some counter activity certainly that happens in city halls, and we haven't tried to quantify that. And I guess I'm under the impression those are kind of quick in, quick out. Not always, but anyway. So I'll to be clear that we're not doing counter visits. It's meeting visits in the evening, and then business visits for the other office types. We have employee spending per day in the $7 to $13 per $7 to $13 per day range. And what that reflects is in the survey data we have, the lower end of the spectrum is observed when office workers work in an environment where retail is more limited, versus if you're in a kind of bump in downtown with tons of retail everywhere, you do spend more, and the surveys pick that up. And so it's sort of, I think that range can be thought of as sort of, maybe downtown today versus downtown as the plan evolves into, what we want it to be, we get up to those higher levels of spending. And then you can see in the tech company office there that per day spend is low, and that's because they aren't going out to lunch. We do a little bit of lunching, but very little, right, in those numbers. Visitor spending on the city hall, no good survey data on this, so we're just assuming that anyone who shows up at a city hall meeting on average gets out and spends $10 as part of it downtown as part of that. And it might be a drink one night, might be nothing the next night, might be a dinner the night after that, right? So it blends out to about 10. We could quibble about whether that's the right number or not, but take it for now. The $19 per visit is actually based on per diem sort of travel allowances for workers, and we've done a downtown capture. So of all the kind of restaurant and incidentals a business visit might entail, we're assuming as part of that the downtown captures about a quarter of the total per diem spend. So at the end of the day, that city hall option looks pretty good compared to the tech office with the low daily spend, or the lab with the low employment density, but not quite as good as a typical office. And so I think what my takeaway from this is, and I came in totally unbiased, no preconceived notion of what the answer should be, is that it's a wash. I think you could get City Hall versus any one of these other office types, and it's in the range, right? So it's not. I don't see it as being dramatically more economically beneficial, in terms of this daytime spending to get City Hall downtown versus an office, but it does compare favorably to two of the office categories we considered. And I think maybe I have a couple more slides with additional detail. Yeah, so this is just breaking it out for you with the limited retail versus the upper bound kind of ample retail, and showing you kind of that, maybe the numbers are a little more significant with the build out of the retail in the downtown, and then the midpoint here corresponds with the previous table. Then I think the last slide, if I recall, is the tax revenue, and I just wanted to kind of put this in context. I know there's been some discussion of like the idea, well, tax revenue is one way the city may be able to pay for a city hall facility. I just wanted to kind of articulate how modest the numbers are. If we're talking about, $1.5 million in taxable retail spend, it's $15,000 to the general fund, right? It's just, and these are, I should have said, these are annual figures, right? But anyway, it's a bump, and it'll help, but it's not. These are, in terms of actual tax revenues, not particularly meaningful. Okay. Sorry to be the dismal scientist on that one.
Yeah. Thanks,
Ben. So that concludes our presentation, and thank you all for your patience. This has been a long one. I don't think we've given a presentation this long. A lot of material. Also, I know you have, many of you have given this a lot of thought as well, and your own attention. So the purpose of this really is to add to that richness of information that we have to support the relocation study, and for all of us to just absorb this information and discuss it. We're not looking to go back on these case studies and continue and detail them further. As interesting as that would be, we really do need to move forward. So this is informational, but a good discussion with you, I think, will help us understand what are the most resonant takeaways from this research.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So I'll open it up for the Downtown Community Task Force members for questions or comments. Atisha?
Hi, thank you so much for the amazing presentation. What I really enjoyed is the funding aspect of how each of these projects were funded, and just understanding that there was always a private developer kind of component involved in the project, and none of the cities took on it as their own home run project. So that was interesting to know. I think one quick question I would have is kind of comparing the Mountain View to the Long Beach or Massachusetts project. Did you guys come across either hesitance or the want to be able to be the landlords for a ground floor retail with the city halls? Because that's something not very actively seen. Mountain View has some with the Performing Arts Center. And if we are bringing this to downtown, like that will be kind of an innocent concern to see, you know, would the city would want to apply its own ground floor retail principles to its own building.
Great question. Ben, in your discussions or in your understanding, did you come across any hesitation by retail tenants?
No hesitation. I think what I'd offer is the perspective that of the two projects I think we're kind of calling mixed use that have ground floor retail. There's Malden, and in that case, the retail is not within the city's condominium, right? And so there's the private entity that delivered the overall project is the landlord for the retail. They've done their own retail tenanting strategy and taking care of all that. And what I think I would offer is that that is very much their business, and they are very good at it, and it shows, right? And then it's probably not a great comparison, but a different example is Watsonville. They have 2 to 3 ground floor retail spaces. The sandwich shop, the Subway there has I think always done fairly well. They've struggled with the other retail space, and it was a business services copy shop. It was I think an office space briefly. It's not been a win for them, and I don't know how much sort of brain damage it's been for them to deal with, but I don't think it's been smooth.
Victoria, do you want to add? I see your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. So our experience is the same in working on some funding analysis for other government buildings. But just to add a bit to what Ben said, what we have observed is that frequently the government actually has to subsidize retail use of any space within its own building. So even things like coffee shops or like lunch counters, that kind of thing. So even those kind of smaller scale businesses they don't generate enough revenue in order to support a market rent payment. And so it ends up becoming more of a burden for the government to try to lease that space out than it would for a private developer who might be able to market the space a bit differently or have access to different types of sort of lease arrangements with different tenants.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jen.
Hi, given that we have this unique situation here with Santa Clara University being next to the downtown area, in your reviews of different case studies or even in your past work consulting on various projects, have you ever seen like a university and city partnership? And are there any sort of case studies or sort of like lessons we can learn from any models that you've seen that have worked in the past?
Go ahead, Victoria.
I'll throw my hand up again. One project that was completed recently was at Purdue University. So the city and the university basically combined forces to put together a mixed-use development and to basically revitalize one of the main streets within the city where Purdue is located. So that I think is probably a good example, and I'm sure that there are others where we've seen kind of joint development type arrangements between the university and the city. A lot of these. A lot of universities are looking to build out sort of innovation centers with the idea of trying to bridge the connection between, they call it town and gown, and basically trying to encourage the association of the university with some of the relevant industries in the area that can take advantage of some of the research that's happening at the university and some of the engaged labor that would come from recent graduates.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's a rich case study mine to be had there of the Innovation Center and the research district, universities, public, private research district, but that wasn't our subject. Ben, did you have something to add there?
Yeah. So I'm still trying to, I wrote so many notes, I'm trying to organize. Oh, sorry, can you hear me? So the key for us for reclaiming our downtown was, I'm going to take a step back from the analytics at the end, does public investment spawn private investment? Once that's done, yeah, we can do the analytics, but what we've got right now is a parking lot. We have, nothing down there. So does a public investment where a city hall was in downtown, was taken out of the downtown and then returned to the downtown, what happened? And I think it goes back to the beginning of the presentation where, and I kind of challenged this, where you guys threw a couple cities out because of population. I'm going to state one, Sandusky. Now it's tiny, it's like 30,000 people, but during Thursdays through Sundays, they're at about 300,000 people. So if you talk to the city manager, they have to build their infrastructure for a city of that size. When they moved out of downtown and then moved back downtown, 30 new businesses opened in the downtown, 17 buildings have either been rehabbed or are in the process of rehabilitation. 100 million in investment in the since they put the downtown in. Bear with me here. As you go to, the reason I brought up Winter Garden is what they did, they had a city hall in downtown, but it was way on the outskirts. They put it right in the center, and the amount, again, this is 40,000 people. Santa Clara is 115 or 120, but I'm looking at 10 huge developments that occurred, and if you talk to that city manager, they say that's due exactly to the city hall coming back in. And it's a multi-use city hall. There's a lot more visits than the 120. They show movies on the side, etc. So to pick up, and again, I appreciate all the work here. I really do. I don't want to dish it, but Watsonville, I don't understand why we picked that. Sonoma County wasn't built, so I don't understand why we picked that. I would, if I could, if I had the power to do it, send you back to the drawing board and examine those other two. Throw out the other four that we had and take Sandusky and Winter Garden, and it's going to blow your mind. As far as, again, it's not the revenue at the end, it's does it bring in private investment after public investment? And in both cases, they did. And I think we're doing a disservice not looking at that.
So, Dan, I'd just like to touch on that.
Yeah.
Sandusky has a major amusement park, Cedar Point, which is right there, which draws a substantial number of individuals during the summer. So I'd be curious to see what kind of impact Cedar Point had with the development of downtown Sandusky, because Cedar Point's been there for a while. There's been issues about bringing tourists in to spend the night and spend time there. So I think that might have an impact on it also.
And I've got a comment on that. So what the manager said was they weren't seeing the revenues from that. So much just like Santa Clara University, the downtown isn't seeing revenues from Santa Clara University. So what they did is they pivoted and they invested in their downtown to attract Cedar Point into Sandusky. They weren't seeing anything before that.
And again, I think part of that, because I know that area well, part of that was there wasn't a there wasn't a destination. So for Cedar Point, it was come in for the day and leave, because there was no place to stay. So I wonder if there was a symbiotic relationship that grew out of that too.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point, is that now you got TOT taxes, they became a destination point. So I think I'll end there. I think that the last point too is, as far as employees and your assumptions on that, does that include flex work in the new, the new situation that we're all looking at right now? So if an office does have, quote, 944 employees and they're working 3 out of 5 days a week versus City Hall, are you guys considering that math? So
I think no. The employment densities are very much sort of longer term industry standard, and I think that the potential for remote work is arguably similar on both the public and private sector sides of the ledger. That's the way we approached it. Nobody has. I mean, I think there are some facilities planners, some architects and planners working on private sector office projects now that are trying to reconfigure the office for the future, but the dust is not settled. And so I think in our work, we continue to rely on sort of historic norms until we know better. And I think even with our conversations, we always asked as we reached out to these cities, tell us a little bit about your remote work right now. And there's a good amount of remote work on the public sector side too. So I think we're treating it as a consistent factor, consistent unknown across the scenarios.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Yeah. And I appreciate the comments, and I guess others on the team may have some thoughts. We definitely gave the whole list pretty good consideration. We did an initial look at a lot of these, and I think there were multiple factors that sort of helped form the final list. And we're looking, no case study is perfect, right? That's sort of the challenge. You always get into these case studies, no matter what the project is that you're considering, and you don't really hope for the perfect analog. That's unrealistic. You hope to find good lessons learned, some inspiration, some lessons you could, things to take away. But the pursuit of the perfect, the perfect case study is not realistic. And Sandusky, we like it, and I think a big part of my my understanding of why it didn't make the list is it's not a new build. That it's an existing building that was renovated, and I don't think, I hear you sort of describe the situation, and it does sound compelling. I think when we looked at it, we said, we're really after new city halls, and this is something slightly different, but that was one perspective.
I just had 2 quick pieces. The analytics are very important, but I want to make sure that we're looking at the big picture a little higher up. And I think there's 2 things that I'd like to see addressed. One is, even though we don't have a crystal ball, where City Hall is going to be in the future? It's real nice looking at city halls from the 1990s or the early 2000s. But I think if COVID hasn't really taught us anything else, the future is going to look very, very different from this point on. So I don't know how we look at that, but I think that's important. And then the second issue, we've been talking about the location in Phase 1 of City Hall if it were to come back downtown. And I think a vital component of this right now is we really need to have a catalyst in that Phase 1, or downtown isn't going to go anywhere. And I'm not pro or con against the City Hall, but I just want to make sure that as we're looking at this, that Phase 1 has to work. We have to find the best possibility to put in Phase 1. We've got to do our homework to make sure that it goes in and actually becomes that catalyst that we've all been talking about.
Thank you, Butch. Any additional comments? Oh, sorry. I'm looking. Go ahead, Deborah.
Thank you. I think there's another dimension to these case studies. Of the 6 of them that you presented, 3 of them included new libraries. And we're not going to be doing that in our downtown because there's already a renovated library that recently reopened. And then 2 of them had performing arts centers. And each of those things, I would assume, draws visitors to the downtown. Is there any sense of which is more successful or more of a catalyst to bring these annual visitors to the downtown area?
Specifically a city hall versus a library, is that?
Yes, City Hall in 3 of these cases included a library, which almost by definition has a pretty steady stream of patrons, right? So I would say maybe more than 3 a year. But we already have a new library, so I don't think we can factor that into, to what we're looking at in terms of a successful component of the City Hall.
Understood. I think that whether it's a library or a performing arts theater or something else that the city may contribute to a larger civic kind of complex, that those other uses are important to the catalytic effect you're looking for. And I think we haven't focused on it as part of this case study work. Anecdotally, I think Watsonville, where I've read newspaper articles from the early 2000s talking about the hopes of elected officials that the library would revitalize downtown. The library's now, it's gorgeous, but it is not even open on the weekends because the library leadership doesn't think there's demand for weekend library time, which kind of I struggle with, but that is what they've told me. So, at least in that instance, gosh, didn't turn out to be the I think the foot traffic driver they had hoped for. And I don't know, maybe the other end of that spectrum is Mountain View's Performing Arts Theater, but I don't know what the annual sort of visitation or ticket sales would be. I just know that people speak very favorably of their an evening in Mountain View.
And if I could clarify that a little bit, when we talk about performing arts centers, I keep hearing performances in the evening. Research is showing that the future performing arts center are really going to be centers that are active morning, noon, and night. We've developed a performing arts center of that nature at Santa Clara University. We do 375 events a year. Some start at 6 in the morning, some go till 10 at night. So I think if you're talking about Mountain View is truly a performing arts center with performances in the evening with an occasional corporate event during the day. But I think if you're looking at the future, you're really looking at the new model of the Performing Arts Center, which is somewhat of a civic center that's vital, 14, 16 hours a day.
And I think it's worth pointing out that the precise plan does recognize a cultural space. I think we want it to be a little bit broad, but I think Butch, your description of a performing arts center that is sort of a full-fledged community space is indeed part of the vision of the precise plan, and is a community benefit that we want to recognize with additional development capacity to try to stimulate that. So and also that maybe there is some possibility of providing that in a mixed format environment within a city hall, that we would want to test that.
Rob?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think the numbers were interesting, but it's really challenging. I realize that a lot of times you get lighting in a bottle, right? You do something and it's hard to sometimes quantify if it was the city hall that was the stimulus or it was just economic forces that were going at the time, kind of like the Google effect, right? Google comes in, tech balloons, and it just happens. But each example, I know there's no perfect. The one thing that struck me was, Mountain View, because as much as I think that the building architecturally is interesting, I see it as a failure in terms of stimulating a social center. I've just seen it over and over the years. As an architect, I've gone to City Hall. I've tried to support the cafe. It's almost always a wasteland unless TheaterWorks is at a performance at night. And I think that big office building that separates it from the main restaurant core it's a disconnect. It's on one end, and maybe the concept was it's going to draw people one way or the other. But San Jose, similar thing. They spent a lot on high design. So that's the one thing that struck me, is those two cities. Well, you didn't talk about San Jose, but it was all about setting a sort of, what did you say, in terms of pride, civic pride, and having a building that is worthy of the city. But you got to be careful with that. I'm just saying this to the city, the DCTF here and anyone else listening. Each example, even Watsonville, I'm just going to go down a few. Long Beach already had a there. They have a port. I'm assuming the beach is nearby. I don't know how close Long Beach State is, and that was the other thing is, the college town component. What's the draw? Because that's super important as a comparison. The interesting thing about Sandusky, perhaps that's the 49er Stadium in some ways, that as much as we're doing a north side, that if there's something really cool down here, and especially hotels and people to stay, that we'll be able to grab those visits, right? You always want, you got people coming, how do you retain them? It's similar to the parade, right? People come, but how do you retain them, right? Because that's the big thing about retail. You want to get them to spend as much as they can on each visit, whether it's a retail store or it's a larger city. Sonoma, it's such a bigger beast. I don't really want to touch on that. Malden's interesting because it had the retail. It was a private-public partnership, and I fear that it has to have activity on the ground floor, and that Watsonville having a subway, that's just not active. And I know there's a couple of other places that have struggled, but I've seen that, similar to Mountain View, it sort of struggles. Redwood City is an amazing example. And I worked there for 7 years while this was all happening. The City Hall is very it's discreet in a lot of ways. It's fairly small, I think. And they have an amazing library. I go there every Monday and Wednesday night. But it's evolving, but they also had some pieces already there. And they do have the train, and Mountain View, again, it's a straight shot. It's one street. It's Castro. Not sure if that's a great comparison, but anyway, that's just my comments. But thank you.
Thank you, Rob. There are no additional comments or questions from the DCTF.
I see Matthew has his hand up.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you. From afar. Good evening, Task Force. I'll be there in just a minute. I just had a couple of thoughts. I think it was interesting to think about these investments as sort of sparking job centers. The job center in Santa Clara is never going to be the downtown. And so I think from the beginning, this exercise has been, what do we need to create a vibrant destination place primarily focused on retail, and restaurants. And so the jobs component was really how do we sustain businesses during morning and afternoon hours. And so I think it's a little different than some of the sort of stories that we had about the economic activity that was stimulated, because I think the goal is really just foot traffic, and people willing to come and stay and spend. The other thing that I would say is, given that we're trying to spark process in the short to medium term, one of the benefits of public sector reinvestment is that it can be countercyclical in a time when there's a tremendous amount of the pipeline for office development in Silicon Valley is extraordinary right now. And so just listening, thinking specific to this moment and specific to the goals, I came away feeling a little bit better about some of the descriptions of just the numbers of people being brought into the area through moving this city hall. The other thing that I would say is nobody has a crystal ball, but the 250 square foot gross, nobody's using that anymore, really, because it was a very particular moment, and even then, we were building all kinds of open space around offices. So I would say we've probably overstated the financial impact of the regular office building in the analysis. And I know it's the same density in the city hall, but I think just as a cautionary note, I've seen people using 350 and 400 as estimates for newer office developments.
Let's see. Let me get this closer to me here. All right. Looking at the numbers, I was curious, when you were looking at the economics of each downtown, were you looking at total revenues and possibly analyzing what percentage did the city hall you think contributed, or the metrics suggested that it contributed to the overall revenues of the downtown? Was that looked at?
No, I mean, that would take a pretty significant, I think, data and set of assumptions. I mean, honestly, we were doing our very best to understand the project that was undertaken, why it was undertaken, when it was undertaken, how it was undertaken. We're looking at correlations between the project and development activity in these downtown areas. We're looking at the correlations between the city hall development project and employment. We do not have exact head counts for every city hall or any detailed understanding of the functioning that would of either that local economy or the city hall itself. So I can certainly appreciate the desire for that sort of perspective. For this kind of case study analysis, that sort of precision is out of reach.
And the other question I had is, when you describe a typical office, could you define that? We're sort of unique here in Silicon Valley.
Sure. What I'm considering there is really the tenanting scenario. So that, because we're making a distinction between a life science or biotechnology tenant that would have lab space, a technology tenant that would perhaps have a cafeteria or other indoor amenities that supplant retail, versus what I'm calling typical, which is really everything else. So it's less the building and more the tenant, if that makes sense. And the building would be, really anything over 50,000 square feet constructed in Santa Clara in the last decade.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Couple comments, not to contradict Matt, who's just walking in, but I have recently seen down to 200 square feet per person as the real estate cost increasingly has exceeded the historical cost. That's gross. So yeah, we're squeezing them in. So I think the 250 is reasonable. And then just for the sake of the reporters, the GMP cost plus, it's there's pros and cons to it. I think that it has eroded some of the industry for hitting certain benchmarks and efficiencies. So just be careful with it. It does give you a guaranteed maximum price, but it does not protect you from all unknowns, changes, time delays, et cetera. So I don't see any additional hands from the DCTF members. So we're going to move to the public. For public comment, I do see 2 hands. And if there's anyone else who does want to speak in the public, please raise your hand and you will be called upon to be able to be unmuted. So let's go with Mary Grizzle. Mary, go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hold on, please. My question is for Ben. Is your conclusion like set in stone? This is just the beginning of the study, and you still have about 6 months of work ahead of you. Why would you give a negative reflection right in the beginning of the process? I have a great deal of respect for WRT, but this seems kind of unfair to the process. And I'm perplexed by that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
I should respond, or no responses.
You can respond, Ben, if you'd like.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for the comment. I had hoped to cast that economic impact analysis as illustrative. It really is not something that is set in stone. Based on kind of readily available information, it's a perspective. I think to try to help the team focus on what's important about planning this project or considering this project, it's been front loaded in the scope of work, and really, whether you did it now or you did it once the program is coming into focus. I think in broad strokes, the numbers might move a little bit, not set in stone, but the comparison at a high level, probably good to start to see that now. It's my thought. So I don't mean to be, we're not trying to get this project off track or suggest it's not worth doing. It's one of many lenses through which we're viewing the opportunity.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Jonathan Evans.
Hello, audio working?
You're good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jonathan Evans. I'm the president of the Old Quad Residents Association. And I have a few comments and some questions. I guess I'll just give them all and then you can choose which ones to respond to. First, I wanted to mention that I kind of agree with Butch that for downtown to succeed, we really do need a good phase 1 catalyst to set the appropriate expectations. And as I sat here and listened to the different case studies, it really struck me that it was really hard to show from the ones that we saw so far that City Hall had really a strong positive or negative effect on the wider area. There seem to be cases for both, and maybe cases for both. And it's really hard to separate that, did City Hall do something, or was there just a wider economic effect versus, the effect of that project? Several of these looked like, for example, Mountain View, you saw how Mountain View revitalized, but a lot of that you could, see was tied to Google. I mean, I spent time in Mountain View from when it used to be kind of a little different before it redid. And the city hall part is like the one part that's dead, and I never go to, because the part that revitalized was really the part with when they upped their precise plan program and really kind of redid the streets, and eventually Google grew, and that kind of seemed to drive stuff. One couple questions I had was for tech businesses. I noticed some cities like Mountain View have restricted developments around retail areas such that they can't have on-site meal service to encourage the employees to spend more time in the wider community. Do you think such programs are successful, and can those contribute to the different cost value that you might see from a tech worker versus like a what you call like a regular office worker? Another kind of case example I think I saw was that got brought up was San Jose moved their city hall from First Street to downtown in 2005, I think it was, and my understanding is they had like a $960 million in bonds, and they have over 400 million left, and they got that down somewhat by some refinancing. But that corner downtown remains one of the most struggling. Was San Jose really considered as a case study? And is there any information about how that contributed to the revitalization of San Jose's downtown? And I also want to know if you looked at any case studies, or you plan to look at any case studies where there's like a precise plan in place for the area, but no city hall has been built, to compare the effects of, what did the city hall contribute versus the precise plan or the plan in the area? Because that seems like it may have had a very large effect for some of the various areas. Like Redwood City really sounds like it took off after the downtown plan came into effect. And then finally, when comparing their annual tax revenue, do you have any information on the difference that property tax might contribute for various office tenants? Is there a loss in property tax if you use a piece of land for city use that we wouldn't see revenue from, where you might see if this was used as regular office space? And I guess finally, is there any way to analyze the current retail stimulation from the existing city hall, and does it contribute to any sort of business or revitalization of I guess San Tomas, not San Tomas, but El Camino and Warburton area? So thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan. Ben?
Is that back to me?
Did you want to respond to any of them?
Yeah, there were that was actually very thoughtful, and I think my notes are inadequate. But I'll comment on the couple that really struck me, and maybe others will jump in with some other responses. But I do know of the regulations you're describing that have forced some tech companies, when they're building new buildings, not to do the cafeteria. I think that is meaningful. I think it could serve to make the location less attractive, because honestly, that does tend to be what the companies want to do. But in highly desirable places, they have accepted, I think, in some instances, building buildings and putting and excluding the food service, and that would change my analysis, right? If we really didn't allow the interior amenitization of a technology tenant building and sort of force them into in the retail environment, I think that yes, that would change things. And then the property tax question is a really good point. It's not sort of within the parameters of the analysis that we did, but a government building would be property tax exempt, and a private building would pay property tax. And so there's actually a disadvantage there to some degree. Although I think, in this study, we've got likely a whole number of scenarios around how City Hall moves. And if City Hall were to move, would it be backfilled with a tax paying use, right? So it's very hard to say what the net of it all would be, but yes, I mean, I think it is worth acknowledging that on the property tax front, a public use is exempt and a private use is not. I don't know, there was quite a few other points there. Anyone else want to remind me or jump in on one of them?
Well, I would jump in just the idea of the restricting employers from providing amenities. That's sort of one direction to go. Another would be to go thinking about the public use, where you actually have control over the building potentially as the city being a lead. There is an opportunity to intentionally design for both public and employee use. So the city can make choices there about whether to provide a cafeteria or to instead subsidize retail, for example, if it needs to be subsidized. or simply provide retail spaces and provide vouchers to employees to stimulate more street-facing, more public-facing economic development. And then just to comment on your precise plan, the economic impact of precise plans, great point. I mean, I was really struck by that as well with Redwood City. And of course, I think all of us are hoping that this this effort here will provide another example like that.
Mr. Chair, if I can jump in as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Manuel.
Thank you, Manuel Pineda, and certainly not any analysis based on this, but I know that Jonathan didn't bring up San Jose, and kind of both myself and Leslie were there during the construction as well as after the construction, and I lived close to the downtown for a while, so I can say that for a period of time after City Hall was constructed, there was really no new development around the entire area around San Jose. And just my experience by being close and working there, and also in this year, is that actually most of the development occurred in the San Pedro Square area, as well as the SoFa area where new buildings and high-rises were going up. And I think that area around City Hall is kind of catching up now with a couple of new buildings. And that probably, not an economist, probably driven by just where the parcels are available and where growth is happening. From a pure retail perspective, actually, San Jose City Hall specifically decided not to build a cafeteria within the City Hall to try to help that process. I think just from personal experience, there were a couple of restaurants, or 2 or 3, that opened and kind of rotated around with new restaurants every couple of years around City Hall. And then specific to the retail, because it's a very visible retail, and certainly I did not participate in that process, but the retail within City Hall has had its difficulties, and it had its difficulties at the time. And, I just doing real estate for Santa Clara now, I always go back to that cities are not really built to have tenants and do that sort of thing. Certainly we can manage that, but it's not built for as a private entity. And I do know just from being there that when San Jose was trying to facilitate that retail, they ran into a number of items that a typical private office developer or private retail developer would not have to manage through. So those are things that you have to work through as a city that typically you wouldn't. So that's just my personal experience. Once again, not an economist, not a real estate downtown San Jose real estate person, but since the question was asked and we had the personal experience and have seen it over the last, I guess, 17 years at this point. It's hard to believe it's been 17 years. Just wanted to provide that feedback on that specific example.
Thank you, Manuel.
Adam, if I could tag to Manuel's. Definitely well said, Manuel, because, I study so many downtowns. Other thing in San Jose downtown that has shown a little bit of recent activity, what I personally look at the numbers, I believe it's a lot about the opportunity zone, like how the whole San Jose was led under opportunity zone, and they did a master EIR for the whole downtown. So like each project doesn't have to go and do that investment. And talking to some developers specifically, like Bayview, who did the meter development, or the GRAD, Urban Catalyst, these are some of the incentives they feel have made them more interested. And of course, the parking strategy of not having to provide so much parking because it's so costly, and the ground, they hit the water table very quickly, so it's not easy to go below grade. So these are some of the larger planning strategy than the downtown that has really spurred development in San Jose downtown, and all the new, like much better buildings than San Francisco has are coming, like with the West Bank. So just other things to mention what might help growth and development.
Thank you. We'll move to Donna West now. Donna, you will be able to unmute. Or actually, you took it away. There we go.
Are you there?
Yep, welcome, Donna.
Hi, how are you? I've got several things to say. To tag on to what Tisha's saying, and this opportunity zone of creating the 3 major anchors that I saw. It's true we have an older library, but we have the opportunity to turn the Morse Mansion into an educational center. Has anyone thought about that? And that's right next door. And we have the anchor of Santa Clara University right there with us. And it was at the end that they mentioned about, and I forget the university, thank you. We need to study that. But we have that university that is, what did they do to spawn the growth? And number three, the weekly or daily movie theater that we're bringing in is going to, bring in an attraction that these downtowns don't have. Have you, taken that? Mountain View doesn't even have that growth of a downtown theater. So those are three anchors. The library educational center at the Morse Mansion, the university, and the theater. Has that been taken into consideration? It's how that opportunity zone that Tisha is talking about. How do you get those private investors in there to build what we want? That's my question to each task force member. And that's what we found out in the Florida and in Malden and in Sandusky. Bringing in a public interest, it spawned the private investors to come build for us. And number two, at the construction costs while adding potential revenue stream to the city. And number three, you might have answered that. My next is the complete reappraisal of acreage that is standing. Is the 12 to 15 million acre, is that going to be done in the next part of your study? I think the opportunity zone will happen with the growth of Mountain View showing over the years. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Yeah, go ahead, Deborah.
Yeah, I guess ultimately, I think we need to understand and articulate how we're going to measure success. Does it mean that the project is completely funded? Does it mean, that every element of the precise plan is met? Or is it going to be, the amount of tax revenue that's generated from the new businesses? It's going to be the occupancy percentage, and what dials can you turn to influence that success story? That's what I really want to hear from an economic analysis.
Can I come on? I think we're kind of conflating. I think the presentation today is just purely about if we move City Hall to a downtown, what would happen? But I think now the conversation has steered towards how are we going to make downtown successful? And those are two separate issues, I think, on the table today. And the excellent presentation from WRT is just, here are some examples of people who have moved their city hall or built a new city hall. Here are some things to consider if Santa Clara decides to do that. I think the conversation is not about what are we going to do to make people come to downtown. I think the sort of suggestion is that potentially if you bring City Hall to downtown, would that then bring traffic here? And I think that's what the numbers presented at the end signal to me. But I think it's a separate conversation, and I think if we want to stay focused, we should just think on the piece that's what will happen, what are things we should consider if we are trying to think about moving City Hall to the downtown area.
Mr. Chair, if I may jump in again. I mean, I was hoping somebody from the consultant team, I think it'll be worth it to go back to one of the first slides, and I know it was a long time ago, that talked about the planning process and where they are in the process and when the next steps are. Just as a reminder as to kind of where we're at right now and kind of what's going to be happening next as part of this analysis, because I know that was a lot of slides, and I think that happened a while back and then in our discussion. So it'd be worthwhile as we're finishing this presentation if they can do that. Thank you.
Thanks. I mean, one point that I'd make too as well is that the office space that's allocated within the precise plan already could house the envelope of what City Hall's been asking for. I think the bigger challenges with the City Hall is obviously the financial aspect of, does the city have the funds to relocate it, and is that where they feel the funds are the most responsible and best value to put forth, right? I think it's up to us now to take back all this information and really, you know, to your point, kind of understand, well, is it really something we want to push for? Is it something, you know, that we want to make a strong recommendation for council to put on their priorities list, but ultimately it's not on their priority list, and so it is a longer vision, and that we should not hold up knowing that there's other state laws coming down the pipeline that if we don't get this plan approved, then we probably will lose all the 37 meetings, Dan, that we've already done, all of the effort and energy we've all put forth, as well as city staff and the money. So I think we need to hold it in the back of our heads that, yes, this information is great, and it puts forth, you know, a comparison between traditional office, high tech, and some other alternatives. We shouldn't get hung up on it, and we should keep plowing forward because we have the office space that can house the city hall and the civic areas in it. So that's my piece. Are there any, we'll close public comment. I don't see any additional hands. And then are there any additional comments, questions by the task force before we let WRT and EPS and everybody go? Go ahead, Atisha.
I would
Adam,
just,
Adam, I did see a question in the Q&A that was posted.
Yeah,
I
it
don't-
was, the
was
gentleman
answered.
already left, as well as it was about if cafes were included in the office space, which I believe Ben already kind of alluded to when he was responding to Jonathan. So I already answered that question in text, so I would
Got
have
it.
brought it up if the gentleman was still here.
I think the only thing, looking at the next steps and what I take away from this meeting is like there are certain criteria that were defined through the questions and concerns about the site location and design of the city hall, especially comparing the Mountain View to Redwood City and how it sits in the urban fabric and be more inviting to the people. And those will be just good to see as the next steps as you start designing the physical form of the city hall. And, you know, just kind of course, you understand all the goals in the precise plan, so how all of those come together to define the city hall design.
All right, last chance. I'm gonna look left and right, left,
I got
right.
one.
Of course.
Is there anything you want from us as a group then, because you asked, you know, in terms of guiding this from this right now or through emails or something that's going to help you shepherd this in moving forward?
Yeah, I think I mean, we heard a lot of good questions and comments tonight that I think just brought us back to what the values of this group have been consistently. The desire to achieve a successful downtown with a lot of foot traffic and vitality. Questions around how to best achieve that. I think what I'm hearing is that remains the fundamental goal and value, and our study of a city hall relocation in the context of downtown needs to just continue to come back to that point. And I heard that. I think we learned through this process, as Atisha was talking about, you know, I think it was helpful to see a variety of ways that city hall programs and buildings have been integrated into urban fabrics. And it was really valuable for us to understand the drivers and the outcomes in these different case studies, both the ones that we studied, but also the ones that Reclaiming Our Downtown has brought to us. I also appreciate, Adam, your point that maybe there is a task force recommendation that you could move toward. I'm not sure how to frame that right now, but I think as Chan mentioned, I believe it may be, or maybe this was Deborah actually, just articulating as a task force how you want to measure success in the context of the city hall relocation. So that's some thoughts. I think there's nothing immediate that needs to happen, but that idea of how we measure success, you know, we did it within the sort of limited perspective of the city hall relocation, rather than looking at downtown more broadly, as we have done for a couple of years. I think this was a valuable exercise to focus on this aspect. Ben, Victoria, I know, had to leave a little bit early, so she is available for follow-up questions if anyone would like to get into greater detail on the financing. Ben, do you have any thoughts? I'm not hearing you.
You're on mute. Still on. We can't hear you.
No?
Hey, there you go. We're
No.
good.
Yep.
We got
Now?
you. Yep.
Okay. Not my technology night. No concluding remarks. I wanted to thank everybody for the really thoughtful commentary and questions. And I, like Victoria, I'm available for follow-ups. We put together a deck. There's a lot in there, and so presumably there are going to be questions that come up, and we're happy to continue the conversation. And I've said my piece. I think we looked at some really interesting case studies. We did learn quite a bit, and now there's a process of digesting that and making those lessons learned most applicable and beneficial for a scenario that might work in downtown Santa Clara.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, WRT and Ben and Victoria. I know she had to leave. We really appreciate it. Giving us a lot to think about, and we'll let you know if we have any additional questions, follow-ups, and emails. And then, Ben, I want to give you a special thanks because I actually found your Oakland Community Benefit Report that you just did in 2020 and went through it this morning, and that's my starting point for the next item if you want to hang in there, but probably not. I just wanted to say thank you and give you recognition, so.
I'm very, very good to hear that's got some life. They're still working on it. They have a task force now to actually figure out what they want to set the community benefits fees at or charges, and so that is active at the moment. But I'll listen in.
Oh, perfect. Well, thank you. I want to give everybody a few minutes. So let's go 10 minutes. So 8:57. Please be back, but give everyone a restroom break and just stretch your legs. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you. So we'll move on to item number 2. Leslie?
Thank you. For item number 2, we have review and discussion of the bonus provisions for community benefits. This is specifically Table 5-1 in the draft downtown precise plan. And I will turn it over to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so as I kind of briefly mentioned, we did some looking and found, hold on, how do I share? Here we go. Yeah, it's got it. There we go. So we did a little bit of reviewing, and so we were able to pull, when I say me, it was Rob Mayer and myself, so we were able to pull up a community benefits program that was developed by EPS randomly for Oakland. Here, I'll kind of go up to the top here. Just recently in July of 2020, and we thought, well, that was a pretty good starting point. So we read through, I haven't read through all of it, but we read through some of it. And the meat and potatoes is really kind of down at the bottom here with, you know, kind of what they thought were their priorities. And that's as big as I can get it. Well, hold on, you get a little bit bigger. There you go. Is that better? More. It is full screen. Yeah, let me, hold on. See, but the problem is I get two, it doesn't give me a lot here. There we go. Is that a little bit better? All right. So a couple things in the report that it kind of mentioned, I'm just kind of skimming over the high level just to kind of get a feel, is not to give too many items because it gets really convoluted really fast. And so they said really streamline it down to the things that are the most important and prioritize them. Because what you don't want to do is have your, you know, them just randomly put in an order and then you never get the ones that you really are hoping for and that you really think are going to need, you're going to need to make it successful, and you get the things that are a little bit less important or the things that you can do day 2. That was the other thing. The other major thing that I thought was really interesting is they actually are comparing, as you can see here in the equivalency metric, they're comparing the associated benefit with their number 1 benefit. And then if you notice on the number 1 benefit, which I think is actually really interesting and something we've talked about a lot in this, is the retail affordability. And that is their base priority that they are evaluating the rest of their community benefits against. So that's just kind of high level here, and there's, you know, a lot. It's 97 pages, so I don't expect you to digest this. I just wanted to show everybody kind of where we pulled some information and got kind of a baseline to get going. So started kind of just building it and not wanting to get too far out there without getting everyone's input and kind of having a discussion. So I haven't filled in any, obviously, of the cost because everything's up for discussion, but just for some points. You know, got it down to 10. Again, this is not, you know, formal or anything, so please weigh in. I think the subsidized retail is going to be most likely the most important thing that we're going to make the downtown work or not. Without the retail, it's just an apartment block or an office block that we see all over the place. I mean, what really creates that synergy and that activation is the retail. And I know that even Prometheus at 575 Benton has struggled to find a retail tenant at the market rate. I personally sent over a few in other businesses in Santa Clara to see if they could make it something work, you know, and the dollars per square foot for new retail is just astronomically more expensive than existing, little peddler plaza retail around the city. So I think it is something that we really have to try to push for, and I think it's something that most developers are most likely probably not going to push back on too much because they're not really interested in the retail component. They're really interested in the office or the housing component.
Adam, and also, I mean, the whole idea is to get incentive or subsidized to get not just any retail, but like mom and pop and incubator type.
Correct.
These companies that want
One-offs.
to grow. You want them to be made in Santa Clara. Versus all franchise and chains,
100%. Yeah. And that's the thing, is to make sure that it's open for, local businesses as well as, more, smaller niche markets and stuff. And that's what will help create it, that kind of give it a little bit more of a, I hate to say like boutique feel, but it will give it a more personal feel for sure, a more community feel. Second item put on here was Santa Clara Theater recreated with the blade and the marquee. One of the important reasons I think that it is important to get this in as a community benefit is the volume of the space needed to build a theater can't be built later. Once the structure goes in, the precast or the podium deck, it's done. Modifying it is a very expensive, if not infeasible, request. So I think getting the space in there and getting the facade and the exterior built out, whether they purpose it and put a mezzanine in and do like a large restaurant where it would look converted, I still think would add the value that I think most of us are looking for, which brings back some of the historical aesthetics of the old theater. The marquee, which gives us a there, really does kind of draw in and makes it more active live front. So I think getting that built. And obviously, and the funny thing is looking at the bonus densities, we figure that it would be at least, 2.5 stories tall. And that's what the bonus density is two extra stories. So it makes sense from a, apples to apples comparison. Another item that we've talked about extensively is a parking structure and trying to figure out how we get that. Putting in, not every development's going to obviously be able to front the entire cost for a parking structure, but maybe there's we'll pay into a community parking fund, and then at some point a developer picks up the rest of the funds and builds out the actual parking structure itself. I don't know how that would exactly work, but something, I think it's definitely it's feasible.
So should we ask questions or put suggestions?
I'm just going to run through them and then I'll open it up. Sorry, I just kind of given a little bit of logic and then, yeah. Public restrooms accessible from right away. So we have discussed this a little bit. I do think, Santana Row has public restrooms. A lot of places, if you don't have public restrooms and you always have to be a patron, I think you actually eliminate some activity and some people, feeling more comfortable that it is accessible. And so these aren't the ones where, they're not the San Francisco ones where they're out there in the middle for, showers and stuff like that. But this is for, patrons. I think that, having them built and maintained in perpetuity does constitute, some kind of a bonus. Public art installation, obviously, we've talked extensively about that. I want to make sure that there is something, but we need to be able to quantify it through in there based on, reread the Redwood City art fee policy, and it is 1%. So kind of threw that in again as a starting point up for discussion. Affordable housing, the city has a 15% affordable housing requirement. So that's across the board, regardless of whatever is going in. So it's 15%. It's at 100% AMI, however they get to it. So it can be a mix. It can be 50%, 80% AMI, and half of it could be 120% AMI. So this would be maybe setting a couple benchmarks and that we give them some tiers. Because again, we don't have to just say what I want to make sure is that we don't just go, oh, you do one thing and you get the full bonus, right? It should be a sliding scale. The more you do, the more you get, right? And so I think making sure we give them some quantifiable levels so they can figure out where they want to be. But remember always too that the more units they build, the more we're going to get just out of this year 15%. Streetscape improvements, we've talked about restoring the old light poles, and I think the other big thing is doing something interactive on the public right away. So, like Hollywood stars, some kind of water features going down, something that's more than just landscape. It's got to be built, improved, usable, long-lasting, serviceable, and also has to be maintained by the developers. Public open spaces, additional dedications above and beyond. I put this lower on the list because, to be quite honest, I don't see a need for a bunch of open space. I mean, I think that we'll carve out in the RFP on the city parcel like we have. But ultimately, I think the goals of this task force and most of the city are to restore the grid and, get the maximum benefit to the retail and the pedestrian experience versus having open space. We have quite a few parks, so I'd put that a little bit lower. Again, I'm just kind of giving you the logic. Public transportation improvements, autonomous transportation, station area. Again, put that in fairly low because I do think, one, it could be done very late in the game because it would use existing infrastructure, as well as I think it's going to sort itself out when the technology becomes available. If there's a need, somebody will fill the need. And then ultimately, I think there should be an in lieu fee. And that in lieu fee should just end up coming back into the city but it should be used within the 10 blocks. So it should be, hey, I don't really know what to do, or I don't want to build affordable housing, we'll pay the in lieu fee, and then we can determine, hey, maybe this is a place we dedicate more art, more interactive right-of-way space, so forth and such. So that's kind of just the high level, and then I'll open it up for all the discussion. Yeah, go ahead, Deborah.
Okay, so these are in approximate order to start with. I do think that...
Hey, Adam, could you just select everything and blow up the font size? Maybe 2 points. So I know it's going to destroy the formatting for them. Both of them are equally far for me.
We did it together, so I know what they are.
This is a little easier, yeah. Yeah, much.
Okay. I was going to ask, let's see, 2 questions. One was on the parking structure. Do we want to add something about it being convertible in the future?
So that's already in the plan.
Okay,
So it's
so
part,
that would
yeah,
be
it's part, we were
redundant
trying not to
Okay.
state it, but yes.
The other thing, if you'll scroll down a little bit on the open spaces, public open space, we have talked about that being an element of the destination nature of downtown, that it would be a place where there could be farmers markets or street fairs or something like that. So it's really hard to decide which I would swap, for that, but.
Remember too, though, on the city-owned land, the 2 parcels that will be developed first, we have that area that we have kind of sectioned off as green space. So that, in the RFP, we should write that in, that says that amount of space is not up for development, but it has to be improved. This is additional.
Gotcha, okay.
This is additional above the parkland dedication fee that they already have as a city requirement. So that's the other thing. You kind of have to play with the city requirements, the precise plan, form-based code, and what resources we have available to us. Okay. But the thought was, if we got that spot on the city-owned land, which we absolutely can control, but is there still going to be room and the need in the 10 blocks for more additional space? That's kind of
Okay.
that's why I put it a little bit lower. I think with the cost of building and land, I think they're not going to want to give it either.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Anna.
For the public open space, can we have a...
You're not on. Sorry.
For the public open space, would a rooftop cafe, garden, or bar? Not
No, rooftop, no, they'd have to dedicate the actual raw land. So you can't, yeah, it's not building amenity space above, that's still part of the actual.
Land on the ground.
Yeah, land on the ground.
And I do want to commend you on the historic, I was thinking adding historic stars to the sidewalk is very cool.
That would, as some kind of integration and
Yeah.
art, yeah.
Yeah,
that
I
would
think
be-
that's a great idea. A
Yeah,
history walk with stars.
Rob actually brought that up when we were talking
Yeah,
about it.
that's very cool. I like
So again, we're trying not to be specific, we're trying to invite creativity, right? Yeah.
Can I just add? Yeah, so we tried to, like, what's going to get this thing rolling, the downtown? And it's retail, right? Great retail, not just retail, great retail. It's going to be something iconic, right? So anytime I see an old downtown, I usually see an old movie theater, but it's usually a church or something. It's not functioning sometimes, but there's the potential for that. But just seeing that sign, the marquee and the blade, the neon, will give us some sense of the identity of the past, bringing that back. And I think that's just, that's Dan's thing, it's so important. And then the parking, if you can't park, it could be a disaster, although things tend to figure themselves out. But we just, like, I would say, think of it as your top three that's gonna make this start well. Like, it's what you said, Butch said, how are we gonna get it rolling? And how's it gonna be? It has to be from the get-go. So if we're gonna leverage, and say, you want more density bonus and height, what do we want? What do we think is gonna make it the best from the get-go?
Yeah, and things within our actual realm of possible asks, right? We can't ask for somebody to build for-sale housing, It's like, well, sure, I'd like it, but it doesn't mean I can ask for it, right? So I think there's a lot of challenges.
So one of the items I'd like to discuss is, we've got all these projects, we get them built, how do we maintain them? Do we have to, are we allowed to do some sort of either cash reserve or an endowment? So it's great you put a piece of artwork up there, all of a sudden it gets vandalized, and it's like, who's going to pay for it? The sidewalk cracks with the stars in it, who's going to take care of that? So is there a formula, 10%, whatever it may be, that we can build into this so that we have funds to continue these projects once they're built?
So the idea was, at least in my mind, we would treat it like they do new dedications, street dedications, where they own it, they maintain it, and it's an ongoing cost for the developer because it's an ongoing benefit for them to collect the revenue on the bonus density. So their bonus density is giving them additional revenue, and a little bit of that is coming back into the maintenance and rehabilitation of the bonus that they gave for the community benefit. That was the logic.
So we'd have to define how much that is and where it goes and
We
who
just say that,
manages.
okay, you're going to build, let's just say you're going to build the theater, right? If the neon goes out, it's your building. You got to fix it, get it fixed. Oh, you build the restroom, somebody broke the toilet, they have to fix it.
So I just want to make sure that we don't end up with that situation where the developer has total control over what's being built and how it's being built. Again, we've had situations where contractor or developers come in, put a piece of artwork up on the 34th floor of their conference room and called it art, and we're going to maintain it. So that balance, we need to make sure we have that balance in there.
So in the art one specifically, because I have heard that, put in developer to identify location, space, and format of art review and accepted by the Cultural Art Commission prior to receiving bonus provisions. Artist selection and final project scope to be reviewed and agreed by the developer and Cultural Arts Commission. And then the public art installation fee will be calculated based on, again, 1%
That would
of.
fund the endowment or whatever.
They'll have to pay it. Yeah, but it's, what is assumed is that it's 1% of the actual like, that would be what it would take to get their full bonus density. If
So
they only want to do 0.5%, then they can have one floor. If they want to do a quarter, then they can have a partial floor. Well, no, but I don't want to limit people, right? Because also, it might not be conducive for them to hit, not every project or parcel might be able to actually achieve the bonus density. So you don't want to, or all of it, right? They might just say, look, I only want a piece of it. What can I do for a piece? And we get the public restrooms because it's a smaller ask, right? So we want to give some big asks and some little asks. So hopefully we get all the asks.
So if,
all right, I got to be careful there so I don't say the wrong word.
So Adam, if the building is sold, does that bonus go along with the sale of the building?
The building,
So it's
and so does the maintenance. It would become part of the development
almost in
agreement.
perpetuity,
It's in
basically.
perpetuity. Again, that's how my logic is based on what we've been dealing with other developments and DA agreements and how the maintenance and ownership.
And then the other question I have is, who's responsible for enforcement?
That's Leslie.
Because that's the
That
big
wasn't a
issue.
question.
It's, oh, your restroom isn't functioning, I'll get around to it sometime, or the public art gets vandalized, and somewhere down the road, we'll have to deal with it, so.
I mean, I keep hoping that this thing is going to have its own life, and it's going, it's going to become something that the developers are proud of because it's high, it's going to be successful. So it is a high dollar revenue stream for them, and it's in their best interest to maintain it and keep it up to a reasonable service level so that they're benefiting off the maximum value. We're getting the maximum value from it being maintained, in a timely fashion. But I agree. I asked the same question, like who enforces this? I mean, who enforces the subsidized retail rents? Do we just have to wait until somebody comes back and says?
Bids. It's a lot of this work is bids. Like, San Jose Downtown has its own organization working really hard towards art, pushing for art, and maintaining a lot of the shared citywide infrastructure, even like maintaining like specifications on lampposts. So like if you want to put a lamppost which matches rest of the city, you can get it from the city, or you can actually get it from the bid, and they'll actually look at your details. So I've worked
I'm not
with a
talking
lot
about,
of bids.
I'm not
who does
talking
that.
about contractors. I'm saying like who actually is going to go back and check, like for
The bid.
instance.
Well, it's the
bid staff.
enforcement. The Downtown Association does a lot of that. I was on their board for 13 years.
Yeah.
But we had no enforcement that we could do. It was
penalty.
all done on
Yeah, because I mean, once,
public
once,
I feel
benefit.
that gets written in the development agreement, like the maintenance timeline, if things break in, like how soon they should be.
agreed, but who enforces it?
That's-
It's real
that's the
easy
question.
to write it in an agreement and then quietly let it drift off into space.
I know in San Francisco, when we worked in the Yerba Buena district, our clients were bid, and they were actually very actively, at least communicating to the landlords to enforce like cleanliness, like, cleanliness was the biggest issue in San Francisco, and their team was like literally going and making calls on the spot to property managers, it's dirty and go clean, or like figuring out the relationship between the city and especially the park, the whole park, the Yerba Buena Park and all the public space. They were maintaining it. It was part of the fee they were collecting, that they would go and fix the benches, and they showed us all the maintenance costs recurring, just like Park and Rec.
Well,
But hold on. Who enforces the affordable housing on the existing units, the 15%?
Well, they have an affordable housing agreement with,
I know, but who
Yes.
who double checks?
our housing division does that, yes. And we have to report to the state, so.
You do.
Yeah.
But so you do regular checks, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm trying to see
Yeah, no.
if we can answer the question, right? So you do regular checks on I'm assuming, well, yeah, everything's a contract now.
Yeah.
We don't like to hire people. No, but so somebody's going out checking. If they don't comply, I'm assuming they get noticed, potentially a fine.
Actually, I don't know for affordable housing how it works. It's a good
Perfect.
question. I don't know. I don't know if somebody doesn't do what they're supposed to do, what our repercussions are.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why I think.
Anyway.
That's why I think San
No,
Jose,
it's something to
San
think
Jose puts that money into a pot in the beginning, so there is no enforcement. It's if you're paying 1%, goes into a pot. That's why Downtown Association has their street works, who cleans all the streets and things like that. The money is there. There is no enforcement. So when figuring out what that amount is, you have to figure out how long is that going to carry, and then how much development is going to happen to keep that fund going, or find other means to continue to support that fund at a later date. Enforcement is just almost impossible. So you've got to get it up front. If you know.
This is Rena. Can you hear me?
we can, Rena.
Okay, great. Yeah. So I just wanted to say, enforcement is definitely possible if we have clear expectations and standards, and those become conditions of approval. That is something that is part of what our planning division's code enforcement team does. I think the challenge is that often these conditions aren't written with a lot of specificity. and expectations. And so there's a lot of gray area for what is acceptable, for instance, a lot of area for interpretation. So I do think that it's definitely possible to have enforcement. That's something that we do, but you have to be very specific about what you're expecting people to do. And if you're talking about building something and maintaining it, you should probably include what kind of level of standard that you expect it to be maintained at, as much specificity that you can provide. So I just wanted to chime in on that.
That's a good point. And this is just the starting point, right, for the discussion. But yes, I agree. The more specific we could be and detail it out and remove any ambiguity, it would be much.
Yeah, but I think that's quite difficult. I really do. That's why I think this idea of
Taking a
how do you
fee.
put it into a fund, and then you have somebody who is a downtown association, a contract, somebody that you can then hold accountable because you hold the funds on that. So
I think the only, sorry, this is Rena. The
That's
only
okay.
thing that's challenging right now is that we are so early in the process of forming something like a bid. And that is something that the property owners themselves would need to vote on, be part of, accept. And so I think that what Butch is saying is absolutely like the best strategy is to actually have an association dealing with things like maintenance that's higher than a city standard, or programming, for instance. Those are where those things should lie. It's just hard right now to put that on an organization that doesn't exist and actually needs to get formed through the vote of property owners.
So the question I would ask, is that something, a responsibility that lands somewhere in the city until that point in time where we have somebody that could take it over?
I think it's permit conditions. Like Rena said, I think it's very specific conditions of approval for permits that we'd have the ability to enforce.
Right, but I'm just saying, you would approve the permits, but the funding would go into some sort of account, escrow account of some sort, managed by the city until such a time that.
But are there other cities that have done this, right?
San Jose's done
Santa,
it.
to
But
Butch's
but Santa Clara traditionally, and Leslie, correct me if I'm wrong, has asked, for the developers, and they put in the maintenance agreements, and they put in the level of service and the level of, all of that, and they just say, this is part of your DA, and then they let code enforcement basically deal with it. Now, most of that, I believe, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is streets and parks. Is the lion's share of it. I can't think of anything that's.
I guess what my point is if you have, this kind of thing, there's got to be other cities that have done this.
But there's different ways to do this, is what I'm saying. So the way Santa Clara does it, the way we're set up to do it, is to put it all on the developer and write it into the DA agreement and hold them accountable. That's the way Santa Clara is currently set up. Go ahead, Rena.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we do have community facility districts where it's, it's not a business improvement district, but property owners, once again, are agreeing to a increased assessment for an additional benefit that they wouldn't normally receive from city services. So in this case, they've got some awesome park facilities at their immediate park, or they have, some enhanced landscaping and street lights even, and all of that beautification stuff that's higher than typical city standards. We do have community facility districts, but once again, they're formed through the cooperation of those property owners, and they're paid for by those property owners through an annual assessment. So it's not a bid, but it's still another, and we have been doing that here in Santa Clara. So I just wanted to add that that's a tool we've been using.
Franklin Mall is one of those, isn't it?
I actually don't know what Franklin Mall.
It's some kind of an agreement, but the city ends up actually paying like $120,000 or something a year.
Yeah.
To maintain privately owned facilities that they don't pay property tax on.
Yeah, I think it's a business improvement district, right, Leslie?
Yes, it is.
So in this plan, could we just define the role of bid? I don't think so. We should form it, but where do we define that? That was kind of a process discussed and recommended from this.
Right. It's, in the precise plan itself, we have some language about a downtown management entity, right? That was the work we did, but.
Maybe we can look at that language and see if we want to suggest some amendments about maintenance.
Yeah, I think just for my purposes, at least, I think for ours, right? we cannot create a new agency to manage this, so all we can do is try to put it with the tools that we have. Ultimately, I do think once it starts getting going, I think that there would be an opportunity for a business district to formulate, but to, earlier points, I think, it's gonna have to actually get some business owners first to come to the table. So it's kind of a chicken and the egg, right? But ultimately, we know we need a couple major components, and we have, a carrot that we have,
And how to quantify it is the big.
It's just
the big part of
quantifying
this.
it and putting it in the right order, right?
Yeah,
That's, I think.
Valuation.
I think those are the two things that I'm really looking for some direction on is, one, is this order, is there anything missing or something that shouldn't be here? Or does it in the right order? And what is the quantity? I mean, is it the 1%? And then do we hold that benchmark? I mean, I was gonna run some numbers on subsidized retail, I was gonna pull some stuff and try to figure out the square footage, because again, I think that should be our benchmark, because that should be our number one thing we ask for, because I think it's gonna be the ultimate success or failure of the downtown. But obviously, the other components we need as well. So to have that as our benchmark and to be able to compare, I think would be.
Adam, the other fascinating thing is what Ben Sigmund said, is that Oakland now has a committee that's actually trying to, so you probably can listen in on it. I mean,
That's actually a good idea.
They're steps ahead of us. I mean, and we,
Oh, yeah.
we use this as a guide because I said, why reinvent the wheel? Let's look at Oakland, because Oakland is already in the process ahead of us. So, so that was great nugget from him that they're actually doing it now. So,
Yeah.
we'll look into that and maybe send out some info.
Chair, can I chime in? This is Rena.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I can't
Okay.
see any hands, Rena. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's fine. Affordable housing. So I was just going to say, as part of our housing element, which got adopted, we list as an implementation item to modify our affordable housing element to likely create deeper levels of affordability than what our current standard is. And so what I would suggest about affordable housing, given that this is like a community benefit, that you benchmark it not necessarily with specific numbers, but definitely that it's higher than whatever the citywide ordinance will be at the time. Because that's kind of always ratcheting up, like in terms of deeper levels of affordability. So I kind of feel like that might be stale, not too long from now, those numbers that we have there. And then in the future, it should always be a community benefit. So it should always be higher than whatever the citywide ordinance is.
Just as a baseline, yeah. The baseline could change. It could go to 20%.
Oh, got it. Setting it as the baseline instead of, no, that's a good point. That is a really good point. Sorry, I was missing what you were saying. I'm like trying to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that makes sense. So referencing the city code versus actually giving the percentage. Got it. All right.
Or you could give percent higher than the city code or something like that, but the baseline.
Yeah, no, this is above and beyond. That's kind of what I tried to put in there as the 15% and whatnot, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I would, sorry. I would recommend taking the detail out right now, because I think there are more creative ways of sort of meeting the actual needs that we've identified than sticking to the constraints of the inclusionary program. And sometimes that's changing it on an area-wide basis. Sometimes that's incentivizing standalone projects that could leverage additional public monies that might come in and allow us to achieve some of the interests better. I just want to put this in context. Right now, at the current city's inclusionary policy, you would have to provide two-bedroom apartments at about $4,000 a month to qualify, which is above the market right now in Santa Clara. So the current inclusionary program in Santa Clara is broken. It's not the only city in which it's...
Correct. I mean, I meant to say...
Or is she...
Yeah, not more, Matthew. I guess I wanted to say that I'm looking forward to what we are already going to be doing to update the ordinance. And I would like to make sure that the downtown's community benefit is always higher than what But I see what you're saying now, because today's ordinance is stale, right? In terms of what we're asking people in new plans. And so benchmarking it off of a number that might get stale like it is now is a good point, Matthew.
Yeah, I would agree. I think what all I'm saying, Chair, is that there's ways of thinking about this creatively that isn't as constrained as the kind of model that you have.
That's why we have your name in Matt.
Okay.
We have your red there.
So
You have 1 week to give me all the
be
information
glad
I
to
need to
invest in
fill
it.
in.
The only other thing that I think it's really important for us to think about is the amount of time and energy and public investment and commitment in making this place great. If we're not thoughtful about how to also make it accessible to people who live here now, and probably 90% of the people who are going to be serving you food in all these great restaurants, then I think we're falling short of the standard we should set for ourselves. And it's hard to get there, right? The 50% of area median income is more than two 17-hour dollar an hour jobs. So it's a challenge, but I think we can take it on. But I think we haven't talked about this a lot, but I think there has been an undercurrent assumption that the goal is this is a place that's accessible to the entire community, and that should be a standard that we shoot for.
Agreed. Thank you. So you'll have something later this week?
I do have some comments kind of starting from the top. Subsidiary retail, yes. 100%, 200%, yes. My few thing will be, I've done some cases, I was just talking to Anna, like if it's not like triple and rent, as you're saying, like limited rent, but maybe for first 2 years, that's more acceptable to the developers, like no or very minimal operational rent for the first 2 years, because then it gets the place going, and then they can, gradually have a system to increase the rent to comparable market, but still stay subsidized to other retail spaces. Other thing was, I feel like just in our state, we do not capitalize on, what do you call, like the temporary retail hawkers and temporary retail. Like New York City is full of places to hook up your food truck, like these small sandwich shops right in the middle of the park. I don't think so. We have a single public park or a county park where we can have a decent dinner. And I've been to a lot of places all over where there are actually fancy restaurants to smaller places inside. So I think that kind of retail we need to somehow incentivize, or at least figure out to provide the infrastructure in our sidewalks.
You have to talk to the Parks Commissioner, Jim Teixeira. He doesn't like that idea.
I have done so many parks master plans throughout. Oh, I've done like parks master plan for so many Bay Area cities, and I just don't know what exists. But I'm just saying this is a downtown, so we can have like, a place, like I worked when I was working on the Blossom Hill project on VTAs, and it was like, the way you're designing the plaza, can you please give a place to plug the food truck so we are not inhaling the gasoline from the generator right as we're eating our meals? So if we need that kind of texture, somehow, if a property owner is giving these granular scale of amenities, I don't know if it goes here or just kind of a plain simple requirement.
Streetscape improvements
The streetscape
is the one we have at, yeah.
So some of those to kind of bring that kind of retailers in our, the texture we are looking on the street. Other thing is with the open spaces, instead of calling it like open spaces, I would kind of go back to calling it like privately owned public spaces, because every public space does not need to be an open park. Like it could be a nice lobby with, someone is putting up galleries and all, you can just chit chat and relax, or, a roof terrace that has been opened. But instead of calling it like just open spaces, I would call it like privately owned public spaces. So it could be given a little bit of texture to the thing. Other thing with the parking, I would really like us to check our plan for the state parking laws, because a lot of preemptions overrule any of our assumptions in our plans. Like we cannot have parking minimums on our site for the first 4 blocks.
Doesn't mean you have to follow crazy. I mean, it's literally crazy what the state's saying. And this is not a requirement. This is a community
I know we should
benefit.
have a parking, but I'm just saying, like, our form-based code draft version has parking minimums. And those are just some language we need to pencil and, read and review, but also understanding that how we are strategizing parking needs to have a different approach.
No, it's changing.
And I kind of like if city kind of builds that parking garage, and, is there a way to tie it with the city hall if it goes in one of those sites? But just like somehow having that shared parking and some of the strategies. Shared parking could be a strategy for community benefits, which I haven't seen discussed much. And Redwood City and a lot of other cities are implementing, so office spaces get to use it in the daytime, and retailers and apartment buildings in the evening. So I think that was one thing. And however we do all the math, we should account for inflation.
Yeah, I have some stuff in there I will. I already have 3.5% for the parking, but yeah, be capitalized out. Anybody else? Move to the public. So yeah, go ahead.
So just to be clear, these are roughly ordered, they're kind of weighted in order? Is that the idea, that the order is the...
That's the idea, right? Is what's the most important to the...
Right.
Not least important. They're all important. Trust, that's the problem.
Does Oakland have subsidized rental units?
That was their number one item.
Yeah.
And that kind of re-solidified our assumptions that that was probably the most important thing to make a successful downtown. It's got to be. And, to your point about where it's like 2 years, the problem with that is, like I said, if we're giving them the bonus, they're getting revenue forever. So I want the discount forever. I mean, it's not because what happens if the next one goes out? Then it's 2 years. I mean, it just gets convoluted. And then another thing you can think about is if the restaurant, let's just say it's a restaurant, right, is able to not have to pay rent, saves a couple $1,000s in rent, maybe they can pay their employees a little bit more. So then we don't have to build as much affordable housing. See how that works? It's amazing how it trickles. Wait, I hate that trickle down.
There's one other thing is...
Because it doesn't work.
You take the Tapland scenario, where this guy's put in $200,000-$300,000 worth of TI, ripped down his building, and we're saying, hey...
where are you going to go?
Yeah, but what are you going to do with the TI?
I think it's an easy one for the developers because most of them don't want to deal with it. But if we give them something to offset it, then they feel like they're winning, because they would leave it empty anyway. So, yeah, we want a place. All right.
Can I just...
Go ahead. Another?
I really appreciate the work and putting it together. We've talked about how important this is going to be. It's hard for me initially, but maybe we can all take a look at making sure we're not...
I'll send it to Leslie tonight or tomorrow, and then she can send it out. And again, just give me comments. I just don't want to start working on the calculations and the cost until we kind of solidify and get everyone's opinion on everything, because obviously that's where the real work is putting the dollars and cents.
Yeah. Just one thing to sort of think about is that, there's some things, if they just have to happen, you can take them off the menu and just say they have to happen. So there are ways, it gets expensive very, very quickly. Rena, did you ever find the East Wistman, the Mountain View community benefit? I can dig that up. But there were just priorities that were non-negotiable. They didn't want to put them on a menu because otherwise they wouldn't get the subsidized retail, they'd get the public art or whatever it was. But the retail was important, and so it just wasn't there. It was just a constant requirement. But it gets very expensive, and it's having a huge impact on how quickly things happen, and there are projects that are falling through. And so this is super important. Figuring out how to weight them is important. Figuring out how to make it specific enough that we're not counting on the next generation of city staff to negotiate around soft language is really important. But I think we really, this is going to be a significant undertaking. This is a great start. And I don't know how, staff can help to further inform this process, but it's pretty important to get it right. So thank you.
I'm gonna finish. Thank you, Matt. I'm gonna finish reading through Ben's entire report and then take another go at it. But all right, moving to public comment. So I don't see any hands. There's only 2 people in the public, and then if there's no hands. We're going. I have Rena and Ben.
Yeah.
And you,
Can you guys hear me?
yeah, can.
Oh, no,
thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, no, I hung in there.
Man, all I had to do is give you kudos.
Yeah, no. I'm easy.
Now I know the way. Now I know how to get you to do stuff. Ben's the best.
Exactly, it's working. So listen, my thought. This is a great conversation, and I will say other community benefits projects I've worked on have started the same way in terms of what is the list of things we want, and how do we prioritize, and how much do they cost? And one thought I have, and really you may get to it in that Oakland recommendation, is to turn it on its head and say, what's the revenue potential of these bonuses? And then from there, actually, I mean, whether they do it or not, I'm not sure. But what we suggested to Oakland is that it not be a menu, that they essentially start with in California, you can't really call it a fee. It's a community benefits charge. And it's pretty easy for the development community to understand. They're not like, oh, do I need to do the housing or the bathrooms or the parking? They're just going to be gaming it. They'd much rather know that it's $20 a foot or $35 a foot or whatever number, and for the bonus, per bonus square foot they're buying. And then you turn around and your priorities are potentially going to evolve over time as well. So this task force, for instance, could drive those dollars to whatever the priority community benefits project is, whether it's retail subsidy or some sort of public facility. But you don't put it necessarily on the developer to have a menu to choose from. And that model is out there. Emeryville is one. They have a menu, and and it's weighted such that certain things you do basically contribute to a portion of the bonus you earn, right? So like one thing you do might give you 25% of the max bonus. Another thing might give you 25% of the max bonus. And then the third thing gives you 50%. You've earned the full 100% potential of the bonus. So there are menus out there, but I think cities really, and it's hard to get the costs to know what the costs will be for the developer to do one of these things. And then to line that up with what you're giving them, right? In terms of the value of the incentive. So anyway, my thought, my recommendation is make it simple. And a good example is San Bruno did this with it's with a unique specific plan that's largely YouTube, but they just had a fixed community benefits charge per square foot of bonus. And then they'll figure out what to do with the money. The other thing I want to point out, some of this stuff on the list may end up in the development impact fee. Some of the streetscape improvements, we've talked, it's not clear if it'll ultimately make the cut, but that parking structure could be public and part of the development impact fee. So that's a thought. And then, the big ones like the theater, parking structure, the like really big ticket items, they may be best addressed through the developer solicitation for the city site, right? Because you actually need a kind of critical mass of project to bring something big like the theater. And then the last comment I wanted to make is just around the housing. I'm not, and forgive me if I've sort of missed the beat on this, but it's like we already have a state density bonus for housing. So there's already a tremendous incentive the state provides is in a similar way for affordable housing. So perhaps that's already covered, but obviously you can always have more. So those are a few thoughts. Good stuff though. Appreciate the shout out and it's been fun listening in.
Yeah, thanks.
And can I ask a question before you go?
He's He's already gone.
Sure.
So, not that you're on consultant time now, but there's always a discussion about the kind of return benefits of direct provision of the benefit as opposed to it being externalized from the developer's process. So are you saying that trying to figure out if there's a sort of a in-kind perk that they get if they commit to building or providing the amenity directly, or if that is just baked into the benefit structure as you described it? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, there are certain things like these public restrooms, right? Which might be best incorporated into a project, not delivered into a plaza, sort of after the fact. So I do think, not unlike these 1% for art type, fees, you could have a situation where a developer says, okay, you guys are charging X per square foot of bonus. Given the project I want to do, I've got $1 million, whatever it is, some dollar amount of community benefits obligation to earn the bonus. I'm going to make a proposal and I'm going to show you everything I want to do and be, third party cost estimate. Here's how it equals the $1 million obligation I have. And the city might accept that package of community benefits in lieu, right? But what I've done is I am sort of recommending a switch here that's not sort of cash in lieu of community benefits. It's community benefits in lieu of the cash you would use to do the community benefits you want. So I think, Matt, if I've got your question right, it's like, is there a place for developers to build community benefits and have them count towards the program? I think yes.
And with what you were talking about with San Bruno, Ben, having them deposit a square footage fee charge, community benefit charge, you would still need the city or some entity to manage where those funds go, where they're dispersed, how they're used. And so that would be a commitment that the city would need to make.
Yes. Yeah. No, you would.
I just want to make sure. I'm glad I got her attention.
We would have to do.
I'm just kidding, Leslie. I know you're paying
Whether or not
attention.
we would do or have capacity to do is
Well,
a
and
different story.
that's where
Yes.
this comes back, right? Is what can we actually achieve with the resources and the expected resources we will have at the time? I mean, as much as I would love to have a redevelopment agency for the downtown set up now and the whole thing, it's not a reality. So I just want to make sure there's some way to get the major components needed to make it, or at least what we believe are needed to make it successful. So thank you, Ben.
So just clarification on that. With that model, it would be a one-time fee coming from the developer once the development fee is coming in.
I'll let Ben answer. That's a one-time fee, right?
Yeah, most commonly when you do a voluntary exchange of some community benefits for density or payments for density, it is one time. So you would just need to consider that there's you have a contribution, a component of that community benefits charge that goes towards a non-wasting endowment, or if the city were going to administer the program, that you'd have some portion of that every dollar that comes in is dedicated to admin, overhead, and endowment, right?
Yeah,
and what that means is you're going to get like 50 cents on every dollar, but at least you'll have the stuff well cared for in perpetuity and be sure to get what you were promised.
You're making it sound worse. I prefer the slow draw. Just keep drawing blood.
Yeah, but I think it's more practical. That's why I was mentioning the endowment or the cash reserve, because.
But then you come into the city stuff, but then with like the subsidized retail units, that's not something you need a cash endowment. That's something that would be more beneficial long-term, but then where the theater, I mean,
It's complicated.
You kind of need a hybrid.
It's complicated.
But Leslie's going to go ask for more head count, and we'll see what she has the next meeting.
I would say like there are some of these points that I would cover in an actual project in the case study with a lot of similar points and numbers that is being built right now. So hopefully it will help this discussion.
Well, thank you, Ben. Are there any additional questions, comments from the DCTF members? I know we already went, I'll go for it.
Was our city manager from San Bruno originally?
No, he came from somewhere else, but he did just come from San Bruno, so I guess we could ask. That's actually a
Yeah.
good
We
point.
should ask.
Yeah, we should ask him. When does he start?
May?
May.
Yeah, May though, right? Oh, it might be a little late. I'll reach out to him.
My one,
Never too late.
my one only topic would be like, do we want to do anything about sustainability and green buildings? Or the city's base standard for sustainability is high enough?
We do not want to do any LEED certified buildings within the 10 block or the entire city. It's an absolute waste of money. I will say that from somebody who does it and is currently doing it. You want to build,
There's already a state.
Green
yes.
building code that they have to comply
They
with.
have to hit the green building. Hitting LEED requirements is good. Having it certified to get your points is where it becomes the waste of money. Hitting the requirements is fine, and most people will do it just because it's easy, but the manpower and then the annual cost to maintain that certification is a lot of money. But anyway. All right, if that's it, then we'll move, we are gonna, sorry for everybody, item 3 is gonna be continued because we're at 10 o'clock, so we're gonna continue item 3 to the next regular scheduled DCTF meeting. It will be item number 1. Keep an eye out for the agenda on that when it gets posted. And then, is there anyone from the public that would like to address this task force on items that were not on this evening's agenda? Please raise your hand. Can I get to it? And we have one, Leslie. Jonathan?
Mute and speak.
Hi, I was trying to actually comment on the last item, but I think my hand got missed. Just a couple of notes. I did like the idea that the city could redirect funds, but I'm really concerned that if we're doing it through some sort of funding, you don't get benefits like discounted rent in perpetuity, which I noticed like Mountain View, if you pull up the Wisconsin plan, they have stuff where like you get discounted rent for small businesses in perpetuity is one of their like community benefits that then goes into getting the bonus car. And so I think there's a challenge with one-time funds and maintaining the long-term sort of benefit, which I think as Adam was saying earlier, that's actually really a good plus. And then as far as like green buildings and such, yeah, I've heard that like things like LEED certification are kind of a waste of money. I know my employer recently built a building and they met a lot of green.
Jonathan, slow down. Jonathan, sorry, the speakers are pretty bad here, so, I don't want to say bad. Sorry, Les. Sorry, IT guy.
Lead.
They're difficult. They're really tinny, so just slow down, please.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so going back and slowing down, I just was commenting that initially, at least as far as benefits, it's good to have something that would last to perpetuity, such as discounted retail, since that's kind of our number one goal. Because like we don't have a downtown if we don't have retail, and so we really need to make sure we find a way to subsidize that, especially for small local businesses. And then I know green got brought up. Usually green buildings are better off if you build to them, but like getting LEED certification and those type of things are usually a waste of money. I know my employer built a green building and decided not to get certification because it just costs a bunch of money and wasn't worth the hassle, even though they held themselves to a higher standard. So we should work through like what are the building codes and making sure we have our climate action plan covering what you need to build, but I wouldn't add that as a public benefit. Let's focus on like the things we want, like art and retail and the various other kind of improvements.
I think so. I heard the cap.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Did that not come through at all? That's
we got pieces of it about the you want to have the in perpetuity any kind of reduced fee or anything in perpetuity to give a long-term benefit, and then you talked about the green building. and those requirements. But I missed a lot of the green building part. I'm not gonna, no, not to certify.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the audio is not working, but thanks.
Sorry, Jonathan. Thank you. If there's any additional hands, I don't see any. So is there anyone that would, we'll move on to the last item. Is there a motion? Oh, no, project schedule. You almost got away with it.
Hold on, I got two things.
Project schedule, Leslie, please.
Yeah.
So close. I know she hates it.
Yes.
You have 2 minutes.
All right.
That's all we get.
There we go. Here we go. Is it working? Okay, there we go. All right, so here's our current schedule. We're, getting down to the end. Really, for staff, it's working on the environmental impact report. We did submit our comments to the consultant a week past our scheduled time, so our schedule has slipped a week. I have not updated the rest of the schedule under that yet, but I still think we're going to hit the July-August timeframe for council and for Planning Commission and council.
Probably what, August, September?
It might be August, September, because July, the council does go on recess, so it's possible. It's going to be close. Let's just put it that way.
But we're not in any worries of not getting it through this.
So,
No.
Chair, are we sure we're going to be able to get the bonus plan put together in time to make sure we don't slip on this schedule?
We will have a bonus plan, for sure.
I think so. I mean, I don't think it's going to be that convoluted. I mean, to Ben's point, the simplicity is actually important. Like, it's not going to be some 100-page document. It's going to be, here's your main, and then what they basically had it here, and I'll send you the report that I got from Oakland as well.
I'll send that
that I
out.
was reading through, so that way everybody has the background. But basically, I mean, they had the one main and then a couple supplementary where they showed kind of the arithmetic behind how they got to $2.6 million, kind of like he did in the report we saw for there. So, I mean, he has a lot of other backup information of how he got to the numbers, but.
The other item I have confirmation on is the last meeting we talked about the 950 Monroe Street development project and the letter that the task force has written. We talked about sending this to Planning Commission, and I just want to confirm because the letter does say it is addressed to all the commissions,
yeah.
but I'm just confirming publicly that I'll be sending it to all of the hearing bodies, not just Planning Commission, even though that's sort of what we discussed.
Yeah, HLC,
And
planning, but I want,
HLC is
I don't mind
for
doing it.
April.
Huh?
HLC for this project is
Is in April. Yeah, I want to wait, I want to send it like the week before,
the week before the meeting.
and then wait for planning, and then send it to the week before, because they won't read it, it'll just.
Correct, I will send it.
I don't
Yes,
mind,
no,
I don't mind doing the reminder and sending it either. I have no problem as long as.
Yes. No. It's okay. I can send it, I can send the letter the week before. So, it's ready to go, yes. So I could send it now, but I'm waiting till it's closer, so it's on top of mine. Yes. All right, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting of March 14th?
Who was, wait, who, Jan.
Aye.
Aye.
10:03.